Nothing bad ever happened. Only good things. We all got
Ever?
Sundays and banana splits. Very peaceful episode. Just predicting what's coming. That's all. 5 arcs apiece.
Let me know when to start.
No, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to say, hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known
Okay.
as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. And today, another episode of Star Trek Frontiers, following my own thing going. And we're following the adventures of the USS Andromeda and the original series era. And I'm not running, I'm playing. Hopefully, things will go well and nothing bad will happen as I predicted earlier. But beyond that, I give it over to the GM.
Go ahead, Captain.
Captain's log, stardate 1069.2. Andromeda is en route to Harrier's Perch, drifting in on low power to avoid detection. We are now a mere 60,000 kilometers away. Harrier's Perch is a fortress-like independent space station in unclaimed space, and it is well known for being frequented by criminals. Up until now, Starfleet has left it alone to avoid the loss of innocent life that may be aboard the station. But circumstances have changed. 3 weeks ago, an unknown group raided the Vulcan monastery, kidnapping a monk by the name of Seer Sapal, along with his sensitive research into plasma manipulation. Andromeda was able to pick up their warp trail, and the unknown kidnappers led us right back to their pirate haven. Starfleet has no legal authority here. Our firepower is outmatched several times over, and we are viewed with absolute disdain. The only way we can find the monk now is by covert infiltration. For this mission, and for this mission alone, the crew of the US Andromeda will have to be pirates. We have 5 directives. 1. Remain undetected. 2. Recover the kidnapped monk. 3. Recover the research data. 4. Find and arrest those responsible for the monastery raid. And 5. Find and arrest any Class 3 fugitives.
This is a 3-thread game. We open on the bridge, bathed in solid red light, with most consoles only partially activated. Everyone on duty and at their station, and Chief Griffin says in a somewhat hushed tone, "That's 60,000, Captain."
Yeah, the captain finishes typing up her log, and she says, very good. Bring up the station on screen."
You instinctively go to flip on the screen controls on your armrest, and after a second, when it doesn't activate, you remember
Oh, yeah.
passive sensors only.
Okay. Science, what can we gather from passive sensors?
I believe that will activate Suzuki, I think.
Go for it, man.
You can.
I think it's 3. Am I any better than him? I don't want to bother activating someone.
I mean, she would also take the tactics roll here, considering the nature of this mission.
Would tactical sensors apply here or no?
I think tactical sensors is what you're looking more for.
Okay. Actually, then so I owe you reason science or reason security.
That depends what you are scanning for.
Just getting a.
It could be, so you're not in a star system, and you already knew the station is present because long range sensors confirmed that a couple of days ago when y'all came out of warp.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already known for free. That's why I kind of ask, because the normal thing is like to scan for planets and stuff. None of that's here. That's why I ask just for a little bit of clarification.
Just getting a sense for contacts. Anything giving off anything our passive can pick up of energy signatures.
Okay.
Anything
So
larger.
ships.
So ships
Mostly.
station. Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be reason engineering, because that's starship recognition.
Wouldn't that be a con roll if it was
Oh yeah,
Starship
you're
Rec?
right. I think I take that back. You might be right on that. I think specifically starship recognition is a con task.
Actually, then I think activating Suzuki is the better move because he has starship
Right.
recognition and he has con. So I'll.
Then activate. Okay, then the camera swings around to supporting character Suzuki. Whoever wants to play Suzuki, go ahead.
Kind of open up at the moment. Unless the doctor wants to grab him.
I was going to say you're in this scene.
Yeah. But
I
we
don't
have
know
a
if the
doctor.
doctor's here.
Doctor's
So,
BRB.
yeah.
That's that. What's the diff? For the scan?
0.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to get detailed information for free. That'll be spent for, but you'll get some level of information. You're not assisted by the ship sensors though.
Yep.
Because they are not powered.
You can have a free complication. One momentum gained. Him being rising doesn't terribly help us yet. But I'll note activated for the second time.
All right.
I am on.
Welcome to the world of the living.
What you detect so far is 2 signals directly ahead. You can spend to ask questions about those, or you can spend to pour over the data more and try to find other signals that might be fainter.
Let's have Suzuki look for fainter signals.
That was 1 momentum spent, correct?
Correct.
Just outside the direct forward passive sensors, you detect another signal off the starboard bow.
Suzuki pipes up, adjusting at the various panels and chiclet keys and turning of knobs, staring at a big screen on the table, and kind of nods. Captain, detecting 2 contacts dead ahead, one starboard bow side. Given we're using passive, that's the most I'm getting. I can't get you scale or armament, but I can note that the one off our side was a little harder to see. I had to look a little closer. Either possibly they were hiding like we are, or they're in some sort of anomaly. But without active pinging, it's hard to give more detail than that.
And out of character, neither of these are the space station. These are additional contacts.
What he has told you about is everything that you're aware of via sensors.
Okay.
Nothing was omitted.
I would hazard, Captain, that the
Mhm.
the station is likely one of the 2 contacts dead ahead. For a station would presumably have a higher energy signature due to its size and collection of ships. But perhaps this strange station has it could be the fainter section in that it is trying to hide itself somewhere. It's doing a lot of guessing here, Captain.
I understand. Okay. Can I make an insight command roll for a little bit of a hint because I'm kind of unsure how to proceed here?
Yeah, so the scan's already been taken. You're not gonna get
Mm-hmm.
anything from scanning again.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all can suggest any way y'all want to of like re-examining the data using a different discipline to try to
Okay.
glean more.
Yeah, I have engineering of 4. Can I stand up, walk over, look at the data, and see if I can detect any trace elements akin to warp cores, and see if I can figure out which one would have the larger core of a space station?
Yeah, you can use insight engineering.
Okay.
Difficulty 0.
Possible
Okay.
computers engineering? Because looking it up in our library. Like not this one's probably not listed in our
Yes.
database, but you know.
You can Oh, no, you can't be assisted by the ship.
Okay.
Because it's on low power mode.
Because none of the main systems are powered.
Okay.
The computer has enough power to keep y'all alive, and that's all it's using right now.
Okay.
Okay. Warp core mechanics for a focus, and
Yes.
I'll
but
give you a threat.
another character could assist.
Okay.
So are you is there an assist, or is that the role?
Suzuki would throw out an assist unless the chief engineer is going to be hanging up is about doing more detailed information because Suzuki's not an engineer; he's an operations specialist.
Sure, I can resist. Assist, rather.
You can also resist if you want.
Yep. Insight engineering. And we're extrapolating from data that we already have.
Yes.
Do not think.
Anything related to power or starships might be relevant.
Well, she is looking for warp core, so warp core mechanics.
Um,
Or electroplasma systems.
I will take electroplasma systems. You're looking
Okay.
for like exhaust.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oop. 5 momentum gained.
Oh.
speaking of plasma, I presume when we said that this monk was working on plasma, we meant like the engineering sci-fi kind of plasma, not blood plasma.
Yes.
Yes. Excited gaseous
Cool.
plasma.
Cool.
What Soloris identifies is that while you notice telltale signs of high energy shielding used in matter-antimatter reactions, you do not detect any warp fields, latent or otherwise, and that helps you identify the station itself.
Yeah. She looks at the data for a second and she goes, "It's faint, but it is clearly visible here. There is no distortion from a warp field. This must be the station."
You can spend the rest of that to ask any questions you might want to ask.
Sure. Can I make any guesses about the size and any if I spent a momentum, can I learn anything more about the station's power systems and what that might imply?
You could spend to ask a question about the station's
Okay.
power.
Sure. According to its output, or how much power is being outputted here in like game terms?
I'm not sure what you're asking myself because everyone has just one reserve power.
Oh, you're right. So you are. Okay.
I have a useful answer
Oh,
to
hooray.
that question.
I was kind of fishing for what's the scale of the station, I
Okay.
guess.
That's not the answer you're gonna get, but
Okay, that's
Um,
fine. I was still thinking of 1E max power settings.
Yeah. How much power do they have? One. What if they're bigger? One. Maybe two from some special trait or something, some special ability.
two unless you have Revere. I mean, one unless you have Revere, right?
Yeah.
Then it's kind of two, in a weird way.
Facts.
Needs nerf. I'll report this to Modifius.
So,
It
um,
has
oh, go ahead.
an engine's score of 10.
Engine score of 10. Okay, that's useful information.
This is the target directly ahead of us.
Yes.
Yes.
We've determined from this information that it doesn't have a warp field, but it has a significant power output, therefore it's the station.
Can y'all see the name or not?
No name.
No,
Nope.
we just get the red line, the red
Oh.
box.
I added a nameplate, but I don't know how to ensure that you see it.
You have to be on the token layer. If it's on the map layer, we won't see it.
It is on the token layer.
Did you check player view on the token? Because there's like a little check mark next to the name.
It says nameplate.
Should show. That's weird. Yep. You have 4 more questions left. 4 more momentum.
There it is. Okay.
Aha.
Aha.
Oh, there we go. Harrier's perch. It's yeah, as it finally flicks into the screen. Okay. It's buffering from low power.
Start tapping the screen to get it to work. There it goes.
The connections aren't as strong in low power mode. Okay, another question. Can I infer the station scale off of the power output by examining the amount of energy excreted and where that energy is being excreted to get a rough estimate of mass?
Yes.
Okay.
Scale 8.
Okay.
It's not a huge station, but respectable size.
For something that was built and maintained by an independent group,
Yeah.
no government backing,
Yeah, and the TOS era.
and
Oh, and as a reminder, these questions can be used to look for additional contacts that may have been missed, ask questions about different ships.
Okay.
The answers I give you will be from an engineering perspective, but you
Okay.
can look for other information just rather than just that station.
And this is us, I presume.
Yes.
Okay. And can I get a rough estimate on the scale of this object and this object? I assume those are two questions.
You would need to spend one first to identify what it is.
That's fine. That's useful information as well.
Do you want to spend one on each to identify what each of them are?
Sure, let's do that. Oh, we've got a new mark. Oh, okay, that's it.
It's not what I wanted.
There it goes. Small craft and a freighter.
Okay. That's useful information to know. I will keep the one remaining momentum, and she'll say, yes. She'll take a look down the little viewfinder thing, and coming back, she'll say, off of this, I can make some rough estimates as to the size and power potential of the station. I believe this is emitting trails equivalent to that of a small patrol craft, and this looks like a standard freighter. Security. Perhaps if you look at this from a security point of view, you may glean additional information. Excuse me, Aratana, I forgot you are no longer chief of the boat. Your advice would still be appreciated.
You managed to get that wrong in every way possible. They are still chief of the boat. They're not chief of
Chief of
security.
security. I'm sorry. There are so many chiefs, and they don't all mean the same thing.
Don't worry, we can activate the security ensign.
It's just like the idea
If
that
you want to do your job, that's fine.
I like the idea that there's like a disappointed looking like tribal chief in the corner.
He came on for this visit. He was so excited, and now everyone's just taking the title for granted. There's so many chiefs. It's like, we're not trying to make fun of you. It's just how our titles are. Sorry.
I was the only person who isn't called a chief here, the person in charge.
And the idea of the commander saying chief and then like 3 people say yes, captain. in unison.
So,
But yeah, Ayatana kind of steps over, looks over Suzuki's shoulder and kind of peeks into the viewfinder, stands upright. Well, Captain, there's not a whole lot I can tell you from such minimal information. I mean, I can give you a rough feeling that there ain't a whole lot out here. Not a huge armada, but that doesn't preclude anyone from just popping in to say hello. And really, it's hard for us to get a good look at anything when we're hiding in the dark like this. Honestly, it'd be better if we could somehow get out there, either. Although, I am wondering how we're gonna get out to the station in one of our shuttles, unless we're gonna start painting it. Unless we paint one of them, because frankly, that's just it. To get the information we need to have a real sensor scan, or just look out the window. And to do that, we'll need to take out some sort of shuttle and make it look not so Starfleet.
there's a clarifying point here. You don't have shuttles. That is a property of the one of the
The traits we have.
traits you have. I think it's like compact ship or something.
Mhm.
Compact vessel.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
one of our
About-
talents, yeah.
Yep. You have
What
no
about
capacity for any kind of small craft.
what about a stealth probe with a tight beam back to the ship to be our eyes and ears?
We encrypt the signal, pre-program it into the probe, have it beam at us. Hope they don't track down where it's beaming to, and have it self-destruct. It's a possibility.
Or go even older fashion and use a direct point-to-point laser link, unless someone happens to be directly in its path. It's almost undetectable.
Ooh, that's a old way of doing things. I mean, can we even rig our torpedoes? Our probes to do that? Aerotana
They're all
does flub
Nomad
that
probes.
up.
So
What was that again? Sorry, Chief.
they're all nomads, so they have some capabilities that most probes don't.
All right. I name you Asset Finder in Chief. You're going to be searching Google for the next week.
Going to what?
You're going to be finding all of my assets now.
Soloris, but yes, Soloris will nod her head and say, if you believe you can modify a probe to commit a scan without alerting too much attention, please do so.
No, Revere will head down to the armory deck and see what I can whip up.
Aerotana will head down to help you because it's
Right.
I've done
Sound
basically this over and
security-ish.
over. Yeah. Let's have some communication training. So.
Hmm.
Uh-oh. So much threat.
I only have one screen, so I can't see what's happening half the time.
That's why you watch it on Twitch.
I've got Twitch in another tab. Trying to boost your viewership without looking at it. So. Oh, in this game, it doesn't really matter, though.
Suzuki spins on his heels and says, we have to shut down all power. Scan incoming.
Right away. I
Uh,
presume I delegated that
need-
engineering beforehand.
I need someone to make Daring Engineering difficulty 3.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I assume just as you guys are leaving for the armory, you get that alert, and the commander expects you to do this one.
Electroplasma systems.
Yes.
Okay, difficulty 3. So take, we have any momentum? No.
We have one.
Oh, take 1 momentum and 2 threat for 4 dice and bold. There we go.
Gain a momentum. Minutes go by as there is no light within the ship. The air starts to heat up as waste heat's not being pulled out of the ship anymore. The doors don't work. There's no the only powered system is a constant and occasional bath of red light in each compartment. And eventually Suzuki says, "Scans passed, Captain. No signs of changes on the scope."
Thank you, Suzuki. I will commend you for noticing that so quickly. And she looks at engineering to restore main power.
We will shift scenes as engineer reactivates some systems.
The one officer who is using the red light to do some dark room stuff just has all his pictures ruined.
Well, the red light's probably still there, I imagine.
Yeah, the red light's still there.
Yeah, because we're still on low power mode. We're just not on no power mode.
Okay, this game I really would like to be able to move my token around. Could you adjust that, GM?
Can you not pull your token onto the board?
Oh, that's what you want me to do. I can do. Well, in theory. There he goes.
Because that one you should be able to move around.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And then the GM can just delete the other one.
Person.
Can you delete the one you added real quick and try to move the other one?
Still can't do it.
All right. I don't know. It's because you're using a default token, but I don't know. I edited it to give you permissions to edit it, and I made it represent your character.
I can't grab it.
Actually, GM, try pulling on a new one yourself, and then see if you can move that one. Because that token there may have the old rules to it. You should be able to
Okay.
move that one.
One
Yep.
last test.
Yep, I can do this.
Okay. I don't. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I meant to do that at the start of the episode because I thought about that and went and I think I edited Solaris and I was going to ask them to try it out, and then
Yeah, I can't
jumped
move
right
this
into it.
token. Yeah.
Because
Also, I assume that person's
I
not
haven't
supposed to be there.
dragged it. That is the one I edited. I didn't drag a new one on.
Okay.
So y'all arrive in the torpedo bay where crewman Shishirin is manning the torpedo station.
Well, Lieutenant, take your poison, take your pick. Let's start digging at these things and figure out what we can do.
Yep.
All right. So y'all want to make it undetectable by, instead of having the scan results broadcast, you want them beamed straight to you.
Yeah.
All right. Control engineering difficulty 3, and I'll take the assist unless you have a better suggestion on insight security, because you're helping with securing data transmission.
No, that's a good number for me.
Either jury rigging or subspace mechanics, since I'm assuming subspace will be how we'll be doing the tight beam.
I was taking your actual suggestion of transmission
Oh, okay.
by light or by laser. So
Probably jury
in that
rigging then.
in that case,
I mean, a laser comm is not terrible. It's old fashioned, but that kind of
Yeah.
helps us.
yeah, the mm, yeah, I will take jury rigging, although I will spend 2 threat to give the altered probe a trait of short-term modification. Because your experience in how to do this is coming from your knowledge of jury rigging rather than like a manufacturing skill.
Yeah.
Essentially, putting a low-powered phaser to fire at us at a certain as a way to communicate.
Yeah, I think that's the only focus I've got that would really, because emergency repairs doesn't really fit. So jury rigging it is.
Yeah, if he gets the job done, all he needs to tell us once. One good
Yep.
scan is better than the piecemeal we got.
So what's the diff? 3?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do the same thing again, except this time take 3 threat for 4 dice. I'll fish. Reroll the whiff. Okay.
Assisting with comm systems.
Yes.
Oops. Oh, well, natural one anyway, so it doesn't matter. It looks like we gained 3.
Yeah. Kind of envision your crit there as remembering that there's actually a manual in the ship's main system for fleet operations when communications are assumed to be compromised that relies on direct light transmission. So you already have the language. You just need to connect the
Right.
computers. You don't have to come up with a language for the probe to communicate in.
Right. Should we see if we can rig it so that if it is the object of a incoming scan, it self-destructs?
Yeah,
That way,
we don't want prime directive wise. We don't want this thing falling into
right.
unknown hands.
I'll take that for 2.
Prime directive reasons,
Sure.
and also it is a mission directive, and also it would probably get all of us killed.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to do anything to this to mask its launch and maneuvering kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this something we do to the probe or something we do to the torpedo launch system? Like, are we propelling it, or is it propelling itself out the tube?
Once again, I'm not trying to not answer y'all. I'm just trying to actually edit the scene guide to add that extra trait for the probe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, you will need to cycle power for the torpedo system, and rather quickly to avoid any potential detection. So the difficulty lies in timing restoring power to torpedo system, firing, and then shutting off at the first possible second that wouldn't interrupt launch. From there, the probe will manage itself.
Okay. Revere will. Is internal communications online with all of this everything powered down?
Yeah, as long as y'all are not in the no power state, that is one of the few systems that is still up.
Okay, I will go to the wall panel and comm the bridge. Captain, we've modified the probe. We'll have to cycle through a special launch system to prevent the launch being detected. But I think we can handle that from the torpedo controls here.
Yeah, the captain responds back to you. Understood. Engage at your convenience.
All right.
All right, Lieutenant. So you're
Miss
sending.
Sheeran, let's get this in the rack.
Uh, the chief will kind of look at the two of you, and for a second wonder, do they mean like to avoid turning the system on too early, we're going to physically move it? Is that what y'all appear to be doing?
Erta's already reaching to do exactly that.
Okay, I was going to say, because this is a several £100 mechanism.
Ooh,
Yeah,
actually,
like I'm sure Revere is getting that, those like hand operated like things they use to load bombs on aircraft carriers. One of those things. I'll lay you money. There's an emergency one of those for just this kind of thing.
I was thinking like a grab sled.
Or that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm stuck in the early 21st century tonight for some reason.
Look, I know you're really
Laser
excited to use
communication.
lasers. Back when you were a little kitty, lasers were exciting, but we do have
What?
gravity
Wait. What did you
systems
just
now.
say to me?
Nothing, sir. Just
All right,
pointing out we have grab sleds.
Just because your ears aren't as pointy as mine, don't get an attitude.
I will take fitness security, and I'm going to raise the difficulty, or not raise, I'm going to set the difficulty at it would be 4, but the trait of Vulcan, regardless of if you're the assist or the main roller, is going to bring that down to 3.
With spending a momentum to have a grav sled tool be here, so we're not literally strong manning this thing over. We still have to lift it into the sled and out of the sled, but we don't have to carry it the whole way across the floor.
Oh, sorry. The from here, the sled is the normal
Okay, good.
method that you're avoiding using.
I didn't think we'd need to avoid using it because it's independently powered. It has its own system. It's a tool like our phasers or our tricorders, yeah.
it's not that you can't use it. It's that it does put out enough power that a ship actively scanning you might notice a change. So that's not me saying you can't. You can totally do it that way and change that role.
No, Aratana will be willing to strongman if with that level of paranoia in his mind.
Because it is almost a little bit of paranoia, because it's not the grav set is not something someone's going to accidentally detect. They'd have to almost be already identifying you, and then this might be something that could push you over the edge from being an unusual anomaly to, oh shit, that's a ship.
Well, I mean, so I'm assuming we have one of those emergency, manual / hydraulic lift and mover things.
Yeah,
So it's
there's
just
going to be a set of tools that you do have to use to manually load it.
right, but we're gonna have to like
No, this is
wrestle
you
it
doing
onto that.
that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Fitness
manual tools is
security.
going to require physical labor to get it to work.
It's a diff. I can easily lead this. Fitness security is right in my
Okay.
bailiwick. I was
Sure.
just trying to make my life easier. Like, I don't have to try hard if I don't want to try hard. Oh, I do have to try hard. Never mind.
For the assist, can I argue fitness engineering because I'm,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
You said diff 3 because of
Yes.
Vulcan. Athletics as a focus.
Yes.
Hup, hup.
I am going to spend 1 momentum.
All right. You'll apply the clamps. Now you just got to lift.
Eve.
No help from me.
For a second there, Shashirin is afraid that y'all are gonna miss the load gate, and y'all just manage to push it right over into the load bay, and the gate closes. She says, computer shows one probe locked and ready. No malfunctions.
I think that things would be a heck of a lot lighter with without the payload in it, but all that tech's got to be heavy for some reason, I guess.
Mm.
She sure goes, and the duranium cladding on the outside.
Got to be tough enough to survive the rigors. All right, so now we've got to.
So
What do we do to launch it correctly and stealthily?
Who is taking the lead? Are y'all more focused on a quick power cycle or a guaranteed launch?
I'm back.
He's asking if we're more focused on a guaranteed launch or a quick power cycle.
Probably better for a. There's a risk will be seen if we mess up the power cycle.
Mm.
But
So yeah,
we also have the risk of if it doesn't launch properly and something scans us and it pops while it's in the tube.
Right.
So You're the officer on deck, so I leave it up to you, sir. Unless you want to kick it up to the captain.
Is there any way we could pressurize the sealed tube and launch it via basically compressed gas? Like, do fundamentally pressurize the tube to the regular atmosphere, and then you open the exterior and it's launched through decompression. No power needed. Besides opening the door, I guess, and pressurizing the thing.
Inside engineering difficulty 3.
Would this fall under jury rigging, electroplasma systems?
Jury
What-
rigging, definitely. This is
Okay.
none of this is an intended function.
All right. You said diff 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Where are we at? Yeah, I'm going to keep threat dumping on you. Take 3 for 4 in bold.
Assist with insight security, because I know how launch systems generally work. Well, you're not using a launch system, so never mind. Take that back.
Well, fish.
You gain a momentum. Yeah, you think for a second. You need to alter the probe's launch sequence, or else it won't know that it's been launched. And it's not going to be 1 atmosphere. Probe could probably handle
Right.
30 atmospheres because of its design to handle gas giants. But you'd make a mistake if you went that high, because the tube is only rated for 4, because it's not what it's meant to do. It doesn't
Right.
really have the seals for this. So you want to get as close to that 4 atmospheres as possible. So doable, get close to the 4 atmospheres without breaking the tube, and you need to reprogram the probe so it doesn't just sit dead in space, because it doesn't know it's been launched.
All right. Sounds good.
So in order not to risk taking so long that another scan might pass by,
Right.
this is going to be a 3-part task, and y'all are going to want 3 people working on it.
All
Well,
right.
luckily for you guys, you've got 3 people right there.
I'm actually wondering if her assistant is better than the captain's. We might want to call the captain down for this. Depends how good the Shishiran is.
So
Torpedo system.
yeah, she definitely has a focus for the reprogramming. That's going to be something like control security, because it's not so much reprogramming in code as it is opening the probe and adjusting some mechanical settings.
Does any of us have the ability that gives us another crew support? Because we used one already. We activated Suzuki.
Oh, I don't allow y'all to like actively use each other's talents when you're not here. The one exception to that is the exos.
Okay.
Because of how kind of integral it is to the way the ship operates and y'all's planning episode to episode.
Well, I think you guys definitely lead on the security one of reprogramming the probe.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And you can call the captain down. I'm not doing anything on the bridge, so I can't help with engineering. I was joking when I said there are 3 of you here.
So we're looking at a security role and a couple of engineering roles,
2
or
engineering roles, yes. Um, one of you has to actually engineer an air compressor
yeah, nifty.
because the torpedo tube doesn't have anything to do that.
Yeah,
And the second, the other one is going to have to modify the torpedo tube to prevent a blowout.
sure, yeah. Revere to Captain. What's your face? Captain Soloris.
Yes, Revere.
Captain, if you're able, we could use your engineering assistance down here in the armory.
Well, absolutely. I am not engaged in anything at current. So she goes through the pipes and pops out here. And she walks up the door, starts rolling up her sleeves, and says, "What do you need me for?"
Well, do you want to rig up a gas compressor, or do you want to modify the torpedo tube in order to get it as close as possible to being able to contain and withstand 4 atmospheres of pressure?
I see what we're doing here. Sure, I will help you with the gas compressor.
All right. I'll take the security task first at control engineering, difficulty 1.
Wait, that was
Well,
the
yeah, no.
security task,
Yes.
but it was engineering?
No. The security task is to redo the probe's launch sequence.
Yeah, but you called for a control engineering role. That's why I was confused.
That was a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, control security, difficulty 1.
Uh, communication systems.
No.
Um,
You're not transmitting that it's been fired. You're telling it when you feel this happen, you are now active.
okay, I don't believe I have a focus. Wouldn't make sense, but control security is a good roll. I'm likely to hit it. Difficulty 1. Bam.
Yeah, you lean into
Nicely
the
done.
torpedo tube and start working on the probe.
People learn why
Wow.
I walk around in my jumpsuit all the time because I expect to crawl around still in this ship.
So, Loris, you can give me control engineering difficulty 2.
Okay, control engineering. A focus in structural engineering. It's the best I got.
Yes.
Okay. I can't believe I have a focus in this. Difficulty 2, 1 momentum, 2 threat. Let's go big.
One momentum gained. And lastly, insight engineering difficulty 2. As Revere, you find the hard part is not going to be building it. It's something a first year engineering academy student could do as like a side project for a class, but you don't actually have any relevant materials easy at hand, and you don't really have the time to have one of the crewmen like manufacture some stuff in the shop. So you scramble around the ship trying to find things that meet your specifications.
Fair enough.
Like people have like lining on the inside of their rack removed, and there's a couple of phasers from security that are removed, and a couple of
doors from turbo lifts.
Yeah.
I'm totally A-teaming this. I could hear the montage music.
Well, which I guess you were transporting somewhere else because y'all don't have turbo lifts.
Oh,
Some
what are
other
these
ship
things?
that y'all were supposed to drop those off to is not going to get them now.
Oh, what are these things? Oh, ladderways.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Yeah,
the ship's
so
only 3 decks.
So yeah, the emergency hatches from one of the ladder decks is because I'm sure you've got to be able to dog those close.
Oh yeah, so we now really hope that that C deck doesn't lose pressure, because then everyone on C deck and B deck is going to die.
No, we saw the hatches on B deck, so we just C deck is done. So okay, so you said diff 2.
Yes, inside
Okay,
engineering.
so take a threat for bold, and I'll roll in 3 dice. This is not my super best roll, as you can tell. Let's see if I can re-roll 1 with bold. Okay, got that.
There is a succeed at cost here.
Some assistance, perhaps, from the cap.
Cap
can I do
and
that?
assist, because they are
All right.
these tasks were simultaneous. That's why
Right.
you had.
Oh, the simultaneous. My mistake.
Okay. Do I want to succeed at cost? Do I want to spend a determination at this point in the adventure?
Oh, okay. I understand.
I think actually I will take the chance and go ahead and spend. I can fix anything.
I don't think so. Nothing is broken here.
Okay. She'll hold together. I'll make sure of it.
If you were doing the other part of this task, yes. The ones I think I would take either performance specs or estimates, or I've got to figure this out.
Wait. I thought I was reinforcing the.
No, that's what the captain ended up doing. You're the one that was running around the ship trying to find components to build the compressor.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had us flipped. Then how about I've got to figure this out?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. So reroll 2. There we go.
Gain 2 momentum as you find yourself with a bunch of open crates with supplies for a colony y'all are headed to next, and you're trying to figure out how to turn their new weather satellite into a gas compressor, and a moment of inspiration strikes.
Excellent.
Made an enemy now of a Federation Weather Service bureaucrat.
Huh.
They never get their weather right anyway.
All right. No need now to manage power and launch. That is a simple release of a valve. Revere will send the probe out into space.
Space. Let me finish. This was actually a milestone. That's the first callback, right?
Log
Yes.
milestone arc.
Yes.
Oh,
Log is
yeah.
what you get for just using a value. Milestone is what you get for calling back to it. So you now have your you gain a point of determination, and at the end of this episode, you get to upgrade your character under certain restrictions.
Right. So do I immediately gain the determination?
Yes, you can't use it on this task because you get it as this task ends.
Right, but I could use it another time this
You can use
episode.
it on the very next task.
Okay. So, okay. What's to launch the probe?
Say you're doing it.
All right. I look to the captain. I think we're ready, Captain.
Yes. And she will, flick a couple switches, mark it as primed, and says, "Will you do the honors?"
Aye, Captain. And I'll flip the switch because I have this vision of Revere having built something with a lever.
Mm-hmm. It's a TOS
Like,
era. It's
yeah,
all
like a-
I
levers.
imagine your arm is like inside the wall as you're
Right.
like you're reaching, like we can't even see your arm as you're reaching so far down a panel,
Right.
and you flip a switch and there's a roar
model.
Boom.
as the torpedo rapidly decompresses.
This is the most
Yeah,
colonial thing I've ever seen Starfleet personnel do.
It cuts to a
Well-
separate shot of a hand model flipping the switch
Right.
inside.
I look
Yeah.
over. I look
Yeah.
over and say,
go
well,
ahead.
I did grow up on a colony water world where we had submersible cities and submarines.
Hmm.
So yeah, all about compressed air launch torpedoes and probes there.
Yeah, you do get a little smirk from Solora. So she says, "Well, maybe the colonials really do have something to teach the mainlanders."
I raised an eyebrow at you.
Wow.
Well, considering the Cations were colonizing planets long before the Federation came around, maybe so.
Gee.
Okay, and enough jibbing. Let us return to the bridge to analyze this data before the probe is impounded.
As y'all get back to the bridge,
Who's this guy? Why on the bridge?
oh,
Shoot him.
actually, it's a good thing to point out is kind of ignored him so far. As you come back on the bridge, a monk who is traveling with you to help find his kidnapped compatriot raises an eyebrow and stoically says, "Is everything to plan, Captain?"
Yes, everything has gone exactly as we have engaged in, exactly as we expected. A little bit of jury rigging was required. However, we have managed to launch a probe. Using an old laser guided technique, we will be able to maintain a lock on the probe without alerting any of the station's inhabitants. Hopefully, this will let us get a closer view of the place.
He says, "Then it is true. Starfleet can always be relied upon when a antiquated solution is needed."
Yes, their methods are unorthodox, but their results cannot be denied.
Also, he who lives in stone monasteries should not throw rocks, I guess.
Science, are you getting telemetry from that probe?
He was, but then the engineer sat on him.
Look, cats just sit where they want to sit, and you accommodate them.
So
It's true. Why was he not petting me?
I'm. Do I need to lodge an HR complaint against the lieutenant again?
let's see. He probably wants to take up the mission. One of the two mission consoles. I guess Revere does Revere like kind of take over the ops console.
Well, that was, I guess, the closest one. I was thinking that would be engineering-ish.
The ship does not have. There aren't dedicated engineering consoles. What you do is there are two mission consoles which can be set up to do anything related to. They can be set up for any purpose. Basically, it takes a task, and then you, if you succeed, you get a trait that for the rest of the episode while that console is set up that you have like a dedicated console. So if you want like dedicated engineering stuff on the bridge, you actually take a task to set up a console for it.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Sure. Give me. I think it's.
We can do this like a flashback, like did this going in, setting it up.
Or it could just be you doing it as you sit down, because now
Okay.
you're not in engineering. You're coming directly to work on the bridge. Double checking because we have only done this once, I think, and I'm double checking the if it's a prescribed role or if so.
Multi-role console 187.
Yeah. So you're doing one of the normal functions, which is to make to turn the multi-role console and use it to duplicate the controls from main engineering. So this would reduce the difficulty of tasks related to engineering by 1. And does it say? I thought it required a role.
Oh, it's probably in the ship operations or ship combat thing. Doesn't say it there.
Oh no, sorry. It says it's accomplished by creating a trait, which is a difficulty 2 role. So no prescribed role. So I'm going to call this control engineering.
Okay. Diff 2?
Yes.
All right. Though I've been rolling tonight, I'll give you a threat for a third. Aha, let's see if I can't get rid of that comp. There we go.
Gain a momentum, and although you have a third less console space you're used to, you manage to bring up all the relevant controls, so you can fully command engineering from here.
Groovy. I mean, I guess I could have just gone back to engineering, but it seems like we're hanging out up here right now.
That's the plight of the engineer. Do you want to get yourself banished?
You mean safe. Safe from the deadliest part of the ship. The bridge.
Well, I mean, yeah, the place where all the warp engines and stuff are isn't exactly,
Hey, you control that. You don't control what these knuckleheads are doing.
No one controls matter and antimatter when they meet. You just channel it.
All right. This will be reason science, difficulty 4. Normally difficulty 2. The use of the probe at all increases the diff, and then the short-term modification trait is also going to increase it again, as y'all don't expect the probe to function for very long.
Just enough to get one good sensor ping, and then it'll probably
Yes.
fall apart.
Yeah, it's not even that it will just totally like fall apart. It needs to be extremely accurate in its scans, and any slight degradation is going to make it useless for what you're trying to do, and you don't expect to be able to get those crystal clear scans but for a few minutes.
It was a what roll? A science roll?
It was reason science, yes.
Would tactical sensors be able to sub in here?
As a focus, yes,
Mhm.
but not per the use of security.
Yeah. Not the greatest roll for me, but it gets me a focus.
I mean, in theory, I'm rolling a 14 reason science.
Are you really? You're better doing it then. You're 100% better doing it. I may have a focus, but your number's higher.
Okay. So this is reason science. What's the diff?
4.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Good thing I got a determination back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, this is a weird question, but I'm going to ask anyway, GM. Could I did the reading to get a focus, even though I'm already using science? It's an edge case.
I would say no.
Okay.
Yeah, because the primary thing would be to swap something out with science. You can't
Right.
swap science out with science.
Okay. Then can I do a Hail Mary for jury rigging? Because I'm operating systems that I just jury rigged.
Pull the jury rug out from under them.
Yeah.
Like you understand your own build.
Yeah.
Like it's jank. Well, yeah, it's gonna be jank. There's no way I can get around that.
Right.
My jank.
Right.
I'll
Part of the
take
wires.
that. Yeah, you know how it's likely to fail first, so you'll know the signs when it starts to give out.
Okay. So I'm going to keep the determination in reserve just in case I need it. So I'm going to spend 4 momentum and 2 threat for a full MIT. Let's see if we can pull this off. Oh, so close, so close. So that's 3 of the 4. So then, yes, I will spend a determination. Let's see what you will take. Performance specs are just estimates?
Yes.
Okay.
The you don't have a lot of time, and the optical sensor is rated for, a certain data transfer rate, and you just give it twice what the rating is, because you know that it can go that high. You're just going to have to replace it next week.
Right.
Well, actually, it burns out too fast.
Any possible assist here?
No, because he didn't succeed.
No,
Don't you
no,
have
no.
to get 1 point? Okay.
You got
He
3
did.
hits.
He got
This
3.
was a reroll. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That was the reroll. My bad.
Basically, like looking over his shoulder and like looking over the readings and chiming in.
Insight engineering, because you have to notice something he missed.
Comm systems.
Yes.
Does any of this fire for helping someone? No, because this is not an extended. This is a straight test. That wouldn't apply here. None of that applies. Full flat. Not a terrible number. All I can do.
Oh my God.
Oh, one off. Oh, that sucks.
Yep.
After all that work.
Possible determination lend from the cap. Unless you spent it right. I don't think you did though. I don't know
I
if you want to spend
didn't.
it for
So
that.
yeah. So can I order him to engage in this and give him his determination, or do I have to declare that beforehand?
No, you can. He's like putting a hand on Revere's shoulder to reassure him as he takes a second look.
Yeah, she
Sorry,
says.
guys. This is one of those characters that I have every once in a while that just doesn't roll well.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
there we
So
go.
Laura says, "Do not worry about it. A simple glance back at the data will reveal everything you need to know."
And sure enough.
Gain a momentum.
and there goes the optical sensor.
Yeah, you shortly after you lose full contact with the probe. You gain a snapshot in time of the system. This will not be updated. This is what it looked like when the sensor scanned.
Is this the freighter or is this something that we didn't see?
No, that looks like some sort of
Klingon warship.
Yep. The problem is all you have is the output of the sensor. You can't ask questions because you can't refer to any sensor data anymore.
I would assume these are all the freighters in question. These all, I assume. I'm not asking this as raw. I'm just assuming that these are a common enough model of freighter. This might have been the small craft we saw, or more likely, this is the small craft we saw
no.
because is that too big?
That has to be the small craft. Just going by us by our scale. That's us. So scale wise, we're roughly the same scale as that thing is. That
This
relates
has
to
to be bigger than
freighters.
us. Yeah.
That's bigger than we are. That's probably some sort of cruiser. Romulan
Maybe
or
somebody
Klingon make, but I'm wild guessing here, just from silhouette.
Anybody got a good enough
The only Romulan ships in the database are ancient ships that fire nuclear weapons.
All right.
Possibly a
Anybody got the?
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, anybody have the con score to try and ID the ship? Ship type, anyway.
I would take insight con to ask questions.
Doc, you want to
about
take
this.
the guy, Suzuki?
Who did you say?
Tuir.
Tuir.
I'm asking if he wants to have Suzuki because I
Yeah.
rolled, so I shouldn't really be controlling Suzuki anymore.
Tuir, you there?
Yes.
Would you like to take Suzuki since?
Sure.
So I think the chief's asking Suzuki to take a look at these ships.
Cool.
Try to ID them by their silhouettes.
Well, good news. I have a starship recognition focus.
That's why we picked you.
So the chief knows who to ask.
The chief understands the network of chiefs at play here.
Does he? Or is he still dreaming
More
of
so than
swimming?
the captain. Yeah.
What's the check?
You can pick your choice. Difficulty 1, difficulty 2, 4, or 6. If you whichever of those you succeed at, you will also get the information for everything that would have come at a lower difficulty.
Yeah, okay. So if I hit difficulty 4, I get the 2 and the 1.
You get the information that I would have told you with the 2 and the 1 without spending any additional momentum.
Cool. And what is the check?
Insight con.
Okay, thank you.
And a reminder, you do have a determination, just no values. So you'd have to use a directive if you wanted to.
Yeah, let me just double check the directives. I don't particularly see any of those directives
I'd
coming
call
into
Directive
play.
5.
Find and arrest any Class 3 fugitives.
Could be
Yeah,
pirate ships out
maybe.
here.
So a Class 3 fugitive is someone who's more dangerous to let go than than it would be to apprehend them. Like they're more likely to result in the death of bystanders by letting them go rather than capturing them, as opposed to someone who's just like a petty thief who is unlikely to kill someone just by you letting them escape. So sometimes it might be better to let them escape.
Like a serial killer would be a Class 3.
Yeah. There's no reasonable scenario in which letting them escape is the lesser of two evils.
Cool. Good. Okay. Cool.
So yeah, I would allow that one because there could be, if you could identify a ship that's tied to a known Class 3 fugitive, that yeah. So I'll use that. I'll allow that.
All right. I'm going to spend. Okay, yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend my determination on that directive. I'm going to spend a momentum for a third die.
Oh, also you need to declare if you're going for 6, 4, 2, or 1.
I'm going for 4.
Okay.
I'm going for 4. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll 2 dice because I'm spending the momentum. And then because of open and insightful, I get a free re-roll on one of my dice. I'm going to re-roll that 0. There
You're
we go.
not
That's 4.
assisting anyone.
Yeah, you've read that wrong.
You're the main roller.
Yeah, I know.
The open and insightful only works when you're the assister.
Oh, is it when I'm
Yeah.
the assister?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I will let you re-roll because.
Well, you got 4 technically.
No, I didn't. I only.
Oh, because you wouldn't have had the
I would've-
re-roll. That's right. Yeah.
He would have had to. That's why, because he.
Yeah.
I'm being gracious, and I'll allow you to re-roll. I'll allow you to start from scratch, knowing.
Yeah, if I had known, I would have bought more dice.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Oh, you're buying 1 for momentum for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I would buy 2 more with threat.
2, so 5. 5 threat is the math. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 5.
No, I'm buying 2 extra dice.
Total.
Oh, okay.
So I'm rolling 3, and I spent 1 to get 2 hits.
Yep, that is correct.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay.
That is 4 successes.
I'm gonna take that as threat because this seems like a really bad time to get a complication.
So, with nothing to go off of but a snapshot in time, no sensor data to overlook, just looking at a printout on a screen, Suzuki, you identify 3 common Class H freighters, a standard model within the Federation, that are mass produced for the use of colonies, often the subject of pirate attacks.
Okay.
You identify one
That's
vessel. Yep, that's the 3 that are identical.
cool.
You identify one vessel that is associated with an unidentified Class 3 fugitive. This vessel specifically, this is not the type of vessel. From your reckoning, this is the vessel that
Which one?
the small one right here.
Yeah, that one I just pinged.
On or about stardate 182.0 by the ship's reckoning, that ship used deadly force against a Starfleet vessel, the USS Andromeda, after being given warnings to vacate.
Oh, it's that ship. It's that ship we fought in like the what was it, the first or second episode?
The first episode, very first episode.
180, 182.
The most difficult vessel to determine is this one. It appears at first to be a D4 scout cruiser, but it is actually a modified variant of the D4, rarely seen, that is associated with Klingon intelligence.
Okay.
It has a telltale. There's a telltale sensor array along the spine that is that replaces weapons functionality that only Klingon intelligence uses.
Ah, yes, the Kitbosh class.
Oh,
Nice.
God. So I assume you relayed all that information to the crew?
We're picking up three standardized freighters. And oh, well, that's familiar. Captain, I'm detecting a vessel that, while we don't have matching Federation records for, nonetheless, it does match our database because, well, we've encountered it before. It's that vessel that took pot shots at us before running back at, what was the name of the system?
Vindar.
Yeah, back at Vendar.
We should have known that they would wind up here. Well,
And
we can only hope that we capture them this time.
yeah. But frankly, that's not the most disconcerting part. We're detecting a variant D7 class vessel. From what I can tell, and what limited knowledge is available, these vessels are only used by Klingon intelligence.
So either they're here on a mission of their own, or they're here to pick up the kidnapped monk. I believe the latter, because that'd be a huge coup for them to grab an expert without actually officially having the expert.
Yes, the primary crime would have been washed clean of them. I will say it's not impossible. Klingon intelligence regularly visits here. We know rather little about this den of thieves and pirates, but
Seer
yes,
Saron, the Vulcan traveling with you, speaks up and says, the monastery, the attack was disciplined and surgical, more so than any one might suspect of a band of roving Klingon warriors, but perhaps Klingon intelligence is disciplined enough.
Then perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps a surgical Klingon team were the ones that kidnapped the monk, and our other Class 3 pirates are the ones doing the pickup?
Lots of assumptions. We have two suspects, really. I doubt they're grabbing a. They're going to put them on a chartered Class H to go on a tour of the wonderful, lawless bit of space this is.
And one way or the other, whether it's the Klingons buying or our unknown Class 3 fugitives buying, makes very little difference in the scheme of our mission.
I think at this point we may have to get aboard the station to learn more.
Fortunately.
yes, this is the. After all of this deliberation, we've gleaned all the information we are ever going to glean, and now we must commit with part 2 of this operation, which is disguising ourselves and going on board this station.
How are we gonna pull that off without alerting the entire system?
Just give the ship a good old paint job, change out of our uniforms, act like we stole the damn thing. That's my guess. Unless Starfleet Intelligence gave you more information than that colonial little plan, Captain. I really hope there's a better plan here.
I will give insight security to either Artana or the captain. You are the two people who are most likely to have been trained in this.
All right,
Oh no.
you go. I have security 1.
There's also the really stupid plan of we EVA it.
No. That is. Well, I mean, now we're too far away.
Not if the engineer puts you in a torpedo tube with compressed gas.
Just fire us at the thing.
Which I'm willing to do.
Hey, I am perfectly willing to put Specialist Suzuki's live at risk to see if this works.
Just do a Star Trek Into Darkness.
No, we just do Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I mean, how far did Spock travel with his little spacesuit in that one?
Difficulty?
2.
God, for how long that lasted, you'd think he crossed the quadrant.
There's no way I have that. Difficulty 2, you say?
Fred's, you say?
Well, yeah. I'm gonna spend toward the directive remain undetected.
Okay.
I'll roll singular die.
Gain a momentum. The suggested course of action that Starfleet intelligence provided is matches with what you learned in the academy, or not the academy, in the
It's an academy. It's the technical academy on Mars.
well, yeah. But I mean, this is not something you learned training to be a master at arms. This is something you learned taking a advanced course when you got your promotion to chief. The operation calls for all at once powering sensors and the transporter, completing the beam, and then maneuvering using maneuvering thrusters to a new position and shutting off all systems as long as the ship can remain livable. Basically, until the doctor says people are going to start freezing to death, don't turn anything on.
Basically,
Actually,
drift
start
this.
freezing to death, burning to death because the ship's not venting the heat that it has made.
So, okay, before I finish writing that out, so the plan they have is to quickly go spurt to here, go cold.
No, there's no moving. You're already close enough to beam.
We are? Oh, sorry, the range man's confused the heck out of me. So we're in beam range. We're within close range of this thing.
Yes, this would be. Yes, you are definitely within beam range. This would be too cluttered if I tried to make it. If I tried to make this like kind of accurate to ship engagement range, y'all would all literally be on top of everything. Because as the log said, y'all are only 60,000 kilometers away.
Right. So, well, Cap, right now, despite what the sensor scope may suggest, we are just barely within teleporter range. We just beam over and then keep the ship as quiet as possible and hope no one notices us there. Though I would recommend we lose the colorful jumpsuits. That does kind of scream Starfleet.
Yes. Yes, that is the proper plan. We shall all now, the away team going over should now change into their outfits and we will engage in the beam.
GM, does Starfleet have any data at all on this station? Besides that, it's a pirate haven and it's here.
You are light years closer than anyone else has gotten.
Okay.
So the general shape of the station from long range sensors is all that you had before you got here. You have learned way more just by knowing its scale and engine power.
Okay.
Than Starfleet
and the
knew.
snapshot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did we determine its scale was again? Was it 6 or
8.
7?
8.
8. Okay.
Looking at our snapshot of the station from up close, can we potentially determine an area that we could beam into that would likely be a lower priority for security?
I'll take a momentum from that because Suzuki more than succeeded to know this kind of thing. There are obvious large sections next to the largest of the docking ports that Suzuki is very confident are cargo facilities. And not currently there isn't a docked ship, which means those cargo, the reasonable guess is that those cargo facilities are not in use at the moment.
Do we know if they're pressurized?
No, okay. I don't. There's no way for him to know that.
That's fair. These empty.
You know, I will you can Revere can give me insight engineering difficulty 1 on that actually. I think there is a way that he might be able to figure it out.
Engineering. Take a threat for third time bold, just
Sure.
in case. Ooh, I got some momentum
Gain
anyway.
3 momentum. The ship's not big enough for external. The station's not big enough. Neither are the ships in the area for external cargo transfers. Everything has to go internal. And you've never worked on a star base where internal bays were regularly depressurized. Maybe a shuttle bay, but not an internal cargo bay.
Okay. Captain, looks like there are several cargo bays here, here, and here that with no associated ships docked near them that likely would be lower priority for security monitoring and would likely be empty or at least not have much cargo in them. They might be our best places to beam in.
Understood. In that case, then we shall provide to engage in one of them. And, well, if things fail, they fail. I believe we've eliminated as many variables as possible.
GM, what's going to happen to us detection visibility wise when we do a transport?
The enemy actually gets to make a roll.
Okay.
So far, you haven't. Basically, if we were doing this from the opera perspective and y'all were the players on board the intelligence ship,
Mhm.
y'all scanning would be the first time I'd say, okay, there's now not enough traits in play to make them too difficult. You get a chance.
Right.
Right. You'd be removing so many positive traits from your side that it's now feasible that they are allowed to roll.
Now, because we're close range, I'm going to throw it out there because it is an insane idea. But is there any viability or role to an EVA jump from where we are over to the station?
We'd have to get in.
Well, that's
Um,
breaking. That's breaking one of the seals. That's a different problem.
Yeah, that's breaking and
It's
entering one of the two.
it is a matter of time. Give me reason, con, difficulty 3, unless you have an EVA focus. If you have an EVA focus, I'm going to make it difficulty 0. Because this is something that you really need personal experience to have a quick answer to.
I am going to use my Chief of the Boat ability. Actually, no, we have a free slot.
You've used 2 people. No,
We'll use one so far.
you've only used 1 so far.
Yeah, so I'll
So you
activate.
have 2 slots remaining.
I'll activate Ensign Kaufman because Ensign Kaufman has an EVA focus.
So the chief runs over to or walks over to a panel real quick and it's like, Kaufman, get up here.
Well, Kaufman's the head of security. She's sitting next to me.
Oh, okay. You turn around to okay, you don't say get up here because that may be a little bit presumptive to the new ensign. What do you do?
Yeah, because Aratana has that look at Suzuki like that's a really silly idea. Sitting there thinking. Okay, this is sounding less a dumb idea. Looks over at the ensign. At Ensign Kaufman says, "Ma'am, how feasible is the specialist plan anyway?"
Oh, actually, yeah, you didn't use your ability, did you?
No, I haven't needed to yet.
I was about to say because I think actually your ability may call out that it's only people lower ranked than you.
Yep. That's why I was like, oh shoot. I'm like, wait, no, we have a slot. I'm good.
Yeah. So for her,
Enlisted action.
reason, con, difficulty 0. She's not very good at con, but she knows. She has made EVA jumps outside of the 1 or 2 you have to do to qualify to serve on a ship.
Reason obtained, con of
Oh,
1.
I would allow. I should have said this. I would allow Revere the same lower difficulty because he's the only person who's done an on-screen EVA jump.
Oh.
So we actually, even though he doesn't have a focus in it, we know that Revere actually has personal experience outside of like a simulator or a training environment.
Hey, is your con better there, Revere? Like better than 1?
Revere?
I stepped away there.
Yeah, he probably stepped away, but it's only 2,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it's
We can just let Kaufman bang it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like div 0 for her to do with Eva, so yeah, just hit it with 1.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what'd you need? I had to deal with something at the hotel here.
Oh, fun. We're just wondering if your con was better than 1, because it might be better for you, because you technically can roll the div 0 roll instead of activating Kaufman.
I mean, my con is 2.
Okay.
What is the role? Insight con?
It's Insight Con, normally diff 3, but
Insight.
if you have the EVA focus, or in your case, have done an on-screen EVA, then I'm saying you have enough experience to get this at difficulty 0.
Yeah. The problem is my insight is only an 8, so I'd only be rolling 10 total.
Yeah, no. Kaufman's a better roll.
It's reason because it's doing math. You're actually going to have to do some math.
Oh, reason, then it's 12.
12 and 2, you have a better roll. You theoretically would have been the better roll, and we don't use up a crew support.
Actually, take a momentum. I've done some reading about EVA since my last
oh, there you go.
little jaunt. So I'll use.
No, I don't take a momentum.
Science.
I take a threat.
No, I think I spend a momentum though.
Okay, yeah, none of that was correct.
Yeah, you may spend 1 momentum. Sorry, I just I'm so used to giving you threat. So yeah, I'll use science for this, and then that means I have a focus, and you said it was diff 0 since I'd done an on-screen EVA.
Yeah, you have personal experience beyond the simulator or training environment.
Cool. There we go.
Without modification or assistance, it would take 15 hours.
Well, without some sort of personal propulsion units, it would take 15 to 16 hours, roughly.
Just
Then
depends
let's
how.
engage the beaming plan. Besides, even if we were to engage in such a plan, we don't know where aboard the ship we would break into, nor do we have any idea where they wouldn't immediately sound the alarm for us to have broken into.
All right, Cap, who you sending over?
All right, way mission assembly time. GM, I assume I get in trouble if I don't leave any officers aboard the ship.
You have the XO.
I do have the XO, and we have we have an what do you call it, Ensign Kaufman, so we do have an NPC.
Yes.
Okay.
You get in trouble if you don't leave at least 1 commissioned officer on board.
Okay. Then
other than the doctor doesn't count.
He's not a line officer, yeah. I will act then. I don't see any reason why the away team should not just be the players present. If we want to bring any NPCs, that's fine. But I don't see. I think all of you have valuable insights in that skill. So
here's your problem.
Yeah.
The only way you could get 4 people in 1 beam is to modify the cargo transporter.
Well, I mean, we can do 2 beams. I could beam everyone over and then beam myself over.
2 cracks at the can, though. They get 2 chances to see us do a high energy thing. We'd want to do it all at once.
Um, yeah, Captain, if you're going to go, I recommend I stay behind in case anything needs to be done on the ship. I can also I've got transporter and replicators as a focus. Um, so I can do the beaming, and that way I'm here if the ship needs me, while you have the engineering skills as well as the command skills to handle anything that might come up over there, if you take a kit with you. So I think maybe uh, Chief Artana, the doctor, and yourself probably make the best team for this.
Yes.
Commander, Insight Command, difficulty 0.
Okay.
So we're going to learn something about Soloris and Revere. If the plan is followed, Revere is expected to be in command of the, well, not Revere, because Inverni's here. Inverni is expected to be in command of the ship with no access to you via comms for an unknown amount of time.
So is the proper procedure to transfer command authority in this case?
No. This role is not a question of regulation. Soloris can choose to assign command as she sees fit. This was more of a role to for us to get an insight into what Soloris feels about handing the ship over to Inverni and Revere and having no power anymore in what happens to it.
She certainly does not like that feeling. It is a bit uncomfortable to her, knowing that the ship is in the hands of others. However, both of these people have proven themselves to her, so she trusts them in specific. And also, as someone who's good at both persuasion and engineering, she fails to see, captain or otherwise, why she shouldn't be going on this away mission. So she doesn't like it, but she will accept it. So yeah, she's going to turn to Revere and Inverni, and she's going to say, Inverni, you have the bridge until I return. If we do not make any contact with you within the next 48 hours, you are advised to abandon this mission. And you will have no contact with us once we leave. So, yeah. Okay, if everything's set, Tweer and Aratana, get ready.
Yeah, as you and Aratana go to leave the bridge, Sir Sarum follows you out and says, I feel I could be of assistance by providing some experimental knowledge we are aware of.
If you know things, you should tell us now.
This is the plan you spoke of requires infiltration. We have recently been studying a prototype device to allow the transmission of thoughts via a telepathic probe directly to a standard tricorder for the manipulation of the tricorder without the ability to manipulate it by hand.
So you think your tricorder into doing things?
He says that is the use we have found for it.
Does it think?
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. What does this do?
He says, when you are unable to access a tricorder, you can think what you would like it to do, and it will complete the operation.
Through psychic link. Okay. What would be the utility of this?
Well,
So that if we don't have access to our hands,
think about it, Cap. Tricorder use requires both hands to operate the device and move the dials. If you can just think at it under your coat, it can scan through a coat just fine.
understood. This could be extremely useful. Do you have 3 copies?
He says, it has only been tested with Vulcan physiology. I do not believe I do not believe our research would be applicable to your doctor.
Very well.
Uh, Captain, if you're willing to mentally link with one of those things, I can't really suggest one way or the other if it's safe or not, because I have no earthly volcanic idea of how safe this thing is. No offense, good sir, but unless you order me to use the thing, I don't like making any sort of psionic connection with anything beyond the butt of my phaser. So
I understand your objections, and I understand I understand your objections, but I believe this might provide a utility for this mission, so I will engage it. I will not order you to do so.
appreciate
He
it.
says, he hands a data tape over and says, is relatively simple to construct. I will just need to confer with your doctor on its installation.
This is a
Is
brilliant.
this device installed in the tricorder or in the captain? Revere
Both?
asks.
Yes. Oh no, he said this conversation has happened out in the hallway.
Oh,
He
okay.
waited until everybody left. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But we can presume this tape makes it to you eventually because an engineer is going to have to build this thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
So you can we can skip forward if you have concerns.
So
Oh,
is this something that the doctor would have to like implant?
Just under the skin, yes.
Yeah. Ah, so like the subdermal implants.
Yes. It's not like it is slightly invasive, but it doesn't require literal brain surgery. It's
Yeah.
just that if it was
oh, okay.
obvious, like an obvious worn device, that would defeat the purpose.
Right. All right. Yes, I'll have to put in a subdermal implant behind the nerve cluster.
Um, unless there are moral objections from the engineer. This will be control medicine difficulty 1 because you have one of the inventors here helping.
From the doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. No moral objections here. It's just worried about if it was a heavier implant for the captain.
Yeah, like once the doctor is convinced that it is safe. Um, and I will.
That was no roll to that nature has been requested.
Oh, the doctor would like to determine whether or not this is safe.
Insight medicine difficulty um
Quick study.
uh what is quick study
Uh,
do?
when attempting a task that will involve an unfamiliar practice, technique, or medical procedure, I ignore any difficulty or complication increase stemming from my
Uh
unfamiliarity.
read it to me one more time.
When I attempt a task that involves an unfamiliar practice, technique, or medical procedure, or which is to treat an unfamiliar species. I ignore any difficulty or complication range increase stemming from my unfamiliarity.
Mm, there's nothing unfamiliar to you about this medical procedure, because the device doesn't require an intensive invasive surgery, right? There are other times where a probe or sensor might be medically inserted this way that you've done 100 times.
Okay, no,
But
that's
what
fair.
if the unfamiliar practice of psionically linking with a remote
Yeah,
device?
that's what I was thinking.
The
about,
device
like,
is taking care of that. The doctor, there's nothing for the doctor to do about that.
okay.
So it's
Uh,
perfectly
that-
medically
Come up
safe.
later.
Got it.
Might come up later.
No, what hold on. There is a task to know whether or not the psionic linking and the general use of the device is safe.
Yeah.
But the talent doesn't help with unknown medical devices. It's with the practice, technique, or medical procedure. The procedure and technique in question here is a simple subdermal installation.
Okay.
There
no,
is nothing difficult about the surgery.
Okay, fair enough. What is the actual check then?
Insight medicine difficulty opposed.
Oh, what?
Because this guy's lying to our faces.
Awesome. I am going to spend.
We do have six.
Let me complete rolling first, because that may determine what extreme links you're willing to go to.
Because he might whiff this, and we might have an easy roll.
Okay.
He gets all zeros, like, don't spend that much.
Yep.
And he, as opposed, is rolling control engineering, because his part is about the construction of the device.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this isn't suspicious at all.
Yeah, now I realize I might actually be in deep trouble.
That's why we're here, Cap.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Aerotimes will put up with some level of cybernetics, but cybernetics he understands fully, like an ear implant. Like I get how those work. It's a hearing implant. It's a century old tech.
Yeah.
Weird
I
psychic
even
connector thing. Nah, I'm not messing with that.
Yeah, I mean, even like the subdermal implant thing. Like, yeah, that's a known technology.
Yeah.
I like to know what I'm implanting.
So to start out, one threat is being spent, which will increase the difficulty by 1, regardless of whatever's rolled. This is
Mhm.
happening via a talent.
Cool.
The next thing
That's
I'm
not-
going to do is spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did it pull out the
Wait a
correct amount?
minute.
No.
Is this a Romulan?
Hey, Vulcans can be sneaky too.
Yeah. Dr.
Just
Tweer
ask
is about
Arthur.
to get a service a note put in his service file of metagaming.
It gives you a rep ding for every episode since you metagame.
The last thing will be after buying up to 5 dice will be to Not 2. It is 3.
Oh, this is
It's all that
gross.
threat given by Revere. Revere is basically doing this to you personally.
Thanks, Revere.
Uh,
Good job, Revere.
3
Well,
to activate the
you don't get to
value.
roll much this time, so I'm trying to make it big.
3 to activate the value. All proceeds according to plan.
Oh no! What?
It's literally the butler did it situation. The guy most responsible for all of this seemingly is the guy we brought along with us.
So right now you're looking at 7 successes, 8 successes, 8
Hmm.
and a complication.
8 successes?
2 from determination, 2 from the 4. That's 4 total. Did I accidentally add more?
Mr. 12 hit?
The 12 does hit, but it's only 1, right? So
That's 5.
that's 5. The talent gives a free hit.
That's what it is. Yeah. That gets you to 6.
That gets him to 6. So sorry, it is 6 with a complication.
6 with a complication. Okay. All right. Okay.
And I'm going to have that complication mean that Revere can assist as he sends a note to you along with the device. So Revere, you can provide insight engineering as an assist, as you don't notice the nefarious nature, but something about its construction is perplexing to you, and you mention it to the doctor.
Cool.
Okie dokie.
I
I'm gonna use my milestone to raise my insight. I'm rolling that a lot this game.
I think I'm going to spend all 6 of the momentum.
Yep. Full mid's not a bad thing.
Yep. I think I'm just gonna roll as is, then save my determination, and I get a re-roll because of cautious medicine. Unless you guys think that there's a better way I could play
You got a
this.
focus active?
The problem is that, yeah, there's nothing that really comes in here.
You would need a focus in like cybernetic implants or something.
Yeah, I don't have anything
Or
like that.
anything related to subterfuge.
Yeah, I don't have anything like
This
that.
doctor? No. Can
Hey,
I assist him?
I mean,
I-
Sheer was naturally bad at it, and he did it all the time, so maybe.
Starfleet officer or physician trait?
No.
Okay, I'm throwing things out there. Cool. It might be worth it to just spend my value now.
Just to have the 2
Go
in the
for
bag.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't have any focuses is the problem. Okay. I will spend my value to... Oh, yeah?
Friggin', you can, as a determination spin, give yourself a talent. If you qualify for it.
I don't know what talent would help with this.
Friggin'... Oh, no, it would switch you to science, which I think is worse for you. But you could get...
Yeah.
Walking Encyclopedia is the other one. That gets you a focus.
Yeah, but this is medicine. This is what I do.
Hold on, I might be able to help here. Just wish I memorized the talents better.
Yeah, you could give yourself walking encyclopedia, which is 3 momentum. I have it. It's 3 momentum for a focus. Or 2 momentum for a focus, but yeah.
As long as you have science 2, a reason of 9.
Yeah, I think I think it's better for me to just go with trying on the dice rolls and spending my determination here and now.
Okay.
Oh, cutting edge medicine. When you attempt a medicine task with a difficulty of 3 or higher, you may spend up to 3 momentum to reduce the difficulty by a number by the number of momentum spent to a minimum of 1. However, these latest advances are often experimental. The complication range increases by 1 for each momentum spent.
Okay. Can you copy that to me?
Page
So
164
that
of the
I can.
book.
Also, there is a trait called Cyberneticist, which is for gaining a bonus d20 on working on installing and removing cybernetics.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with that.
So it's in Discord.
Yeah, cutting edge medicine. I definitely have the prereq. Let me spend
So
one.
this represents you knowing the cutting edge of psionic electronic interfaces.
Okay. Oh yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. I got it. Cool. Spending my determination to get that talent. I do have a good value for this. Only trust that which you observe with your own eyes.
Yes.
So instead of spending all 6 for extra dice, I'm going to spend 3 momentum for 3 momentum to build into the talent
So that reduces the current diff to 3.
and ups my comp range by 3.
It does.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So now you
Cool.
comp on a 17, 18, 19, or 20.
Yep. I will spend the remaining momentum to buy more dice. So I'm at 4 dice. 4 dice to get a difficulty 3. And I have a reroll.
And an
I'm
assist.
willing to chance this. And an assist. Yeah, I'm willing to chance this. Does that complication range extend to Revere?
Yes, because it's not for you, it's for the task.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. All right. I think I'm satisfied with this.
This is a way easier roll. This is very doable. Very doable.
There we go. There we go.
And
Ooh, that was really close to being
Yeah.
yeah, Revere includes a minor note, and you spend a bunch of time. Everybody's kind of like waiting on you to do this, and you're just like sitting at the terminal, scrolling through documents and scans. It's like 30 minutes passes, and the captain's just like sitting there on the bio bed, and you realize this has a buffer that is remarkably similar to something you saw at a medical conference, where Starfleet intelligence brought a bunch of captured devices during the war uh, for
really
medical
cool.
education. And one of them was a screamer that is that um, overloads someone's neural pathways. They basically they'll like grab their head and just like fall down, unable to like function, and kind of writhe in pain. And it's used as like the Klingons use it as a torture device. This is not the same technology. This is not what they showed you. This is way more advanced and clearly of a different style of manufacture, but it uses a principle that you've seen similar before that, if incorrectly managed, can be used for torture. Anything more than that? Like whether this kind of thing would have to be done intentionally or not is momentum spin.
I did generate a momentum.
You're called out, so.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, it was difficulty. He got it down to diff 3 and rolled 4. So, yep, momentum gained.
Yeah.
Also, you have a
suppose
bonus momentum because you did a medicine roll. Chief medical officer?
No, my medical talent reduces the cost of medical equipment by 1. I believe that's all that
You
does.
sure? You sure there's not more to it? Page 137. Further, when you attempt a task using your medicine rating and you have when you have assistance. Never mind. I should have kept reading. Here I am being
I
so
did-
smug. Wait, you were assisted. Ah,
Then
never
you should have
mind.
kept
I'm still
reading,
right.
and then we all should have kept reading.
He was
Yeah.
assisted.
Yeah.
It still matters.
Oh, actually, he was assisted. Yeah.
Thank you, Revere.
Just not well, but you're welcome.
I'll take it.
My smugness was justified.
That's all because he made some small mistake in the manufacturing months ago, right? That Revere just thought was odd. Right. If he hadn't have made that small mistake, Revere wouldn't have been any help, and then you wouldn't have gotten the extra question.
Okay. Interesting.
Because basically, the
So,
doctor almost always wants to be assisted, so you get bonus momentum.
That's good to know. That is good to know. Well, that's why I now have more people supporting me, because cool. Uh, anyway, so what was the question we could ask? The whether this was done
You can ask
purposefully?
any question. I just meant to clarify that nothing I said indicated whether this is an accidental function or an intentional function.
Okay.
Because in theory, this thing could overload her neural pathways and torture the poor
Right,
person.
yeah. But that's just in theory.
I mean, any implant that's interfacing with your brain could do that exact thing to you.
Yeah, I think the question, the really important question is if I can determine whether or not this is clearly, like, if not the primary intent of the device, something that is done with, like, that is why this buffer is here, so that if need be, someone can flip the switch and fry the person on the other end.
Is
Like,
that what you want to ask?
Yeah, is that why this is here?
More delicacy and engineering capacity has gone to this screaming function rather than the tricorder connection function. It's almost like the tricorder connection function is an afterthought in design.
Awesome. Oh yeah, so this is definitely not something I should be putting in the captain. Is the person who like actually designed the thing here with me in the room?
Yeah, he's been engaging in the occasional Vulcan flat small talk with Aratana that
Yeah, because we're waiting
lasts
around.
1 or 2 sentences and then moves on.
Yes. Hmm. Uh. Well, the engineer has brought up a couple minor issues with some of this. It's probably just a matter of diagnostic, but would you mind going and clearing that up with him?
Who are you speaking to, Doctor?
I'm speaking to our Vulcan friend. Okay, I
Oh,
had to
okay.
clarify. Um, our our visiting Vulcan friend.
We're about to go into some social conflict.
Some
I mean, dude, you got the security badass right there with you. Don't send him to the engineer.
well, the problem is I need to distract
So
him for like 5 minutes.
so deception is always opposed, and the one creating the deception rolls first to set the difficulty. So
Yeah.
you to create this deception, you just roll. It's basically div 0. And
Presence command.
sorry, say that again.
Presence command.
I think presence engineering at the moment.
Well, it's all the same to me. Uh, Shame I don't have doctor's orders. That goes back down. I'm gonna spend 2 threat, 1 momentum. Sure, why not? This isn't a great roll for me.
And unfortunately, you can't get an assist because that would defeat the purpose of being deceptive.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Up 3. Difficulty is 3. I can't do any more.
All right.
With that attitude.
Oh, hush you.
Hey, the captain's the one that has high standards. I'm just reminding you. I'm trying to help you out.
Well, high standards except for implanting things. Pretty low standards as far as that goes.
Look, people from Vulcan like playing with their new psychic toys, alright? I can't,
Via a talent, this person will gain the ability to reroll.
Of course.
This is unusual, but not. You haven't given your hand away too much with what you've said yet, so he's gonna spend for 2 extra dice.
Like, this is weird,
Not
but
for
It's a not ludicrous request. Like, because
you mind standing next to this airlock for a second? I'm spending full dice. Is there a really good reason to do this intensely dangerous thing?
He got
Yeah,
5
I rolled-
successes though.
God
Well.
damn it! Yeah,
And
sorry.
reroll will reroll the 17.
Because
Of
fish,
course.
why not? That's
I
unfortunate.
hate
That's very unfortunate.
7 successes.
so much.
He is going to create the trait of potency 6. Sorry, potency 7.
Jesus Christ, what?
These deception tasks don't have difficulties. Instead, the result of the roll is a trait that's created.
Oh no.
Let me double check that that potency is correct.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay. Next time, just remember, arrest that man. Arrest that Vulcan.
Look, security isn't Dr.
Okay,
Cheer's strong
actually-
suit.
Yeah, I don't think he creates one because he's not the one trying to deceive. It's the doctor. But the doctor whiffed.
God.
Successfully deceiving someone convinces them of something that's not true. The doctor failed to do that, so he doesn't get to create the trait he wanted to create.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So he kind of he says, "Oh, well, I'm the expert. No need. Let me come assist you with the modifications." And the result of the failure is going to be that he's going to get an attempt to try to look at your computer screen and figure out what you are looking into. As he does not buy your deception.
Yeah, of course.
And you may
reason.
be able to think on your feet and salvage this if he doesn't if he doesn't get, if one glance isn't enough. But one glance may be enough for him to clue on at the computer screen.
That he's been made. Yeah.
Oops, clicking on all the wrong things. There we go. Meanwhile, Aratana just peacefully just sitting there, pondering about what he's going to bring with him. I'm looking forward to seeing a pirate station because it's interesting intel and it's a little more
Yeah, no, I
relaxed.
imagine I imagine you have just gone and you're getting our costumes ready, and you're like, oh my god, you're like waiting by the transporter bay with the outfits, and like, okay, this is what we're gonna say, this is our backstory, this is, and we're just like in here, and you're just like looking at your watch, waiting for this to happen.
I was more thinking I probably like got all that together because it took him like a good half hour. So it's like I get it all together. It's like, where's everybody? Comes up to the medical. What's okay? I guess we're waiting here. Didn't know a subdermal was that hard to do, but I'm not a doctor, so what do I know?
All right. We will spend. You have piqued his interest.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's not gonna spend a bunch of threat because
Well, romance flag found. Good for you.
It's just your meet cute.
I hate this. Look,
Um,
no, that is incorrect. I would like to meet the love of my life the old-fashioned way, getting sprung from an Egyptian prison because I know the location of the Hamunaptra the way God intended.
Oh
Hey,
my god.
you don't know what your future entails. This guy could
I
be
mean,
hero.
very, very classic in that it's happened exactly once for a will they, won't they Starfleet doctor to meet the ex spy. Although he's not a tailor, he's a monk, but I'll work on the puns later. Um,
Stupid.
he buys 2 extra dice, one of which he is going to spend to gain the benefit of determination on.
I hope you guys are like satisfied that I'm like burning all of his threat.
No, it's not all burned yet. Keep trying.
Uh,
You have to
I'm
outspend
gonna get
Revere.
I'm gonna get shanked. You realize that, right?
You're a doctor. You can fix it.
Nothing is hidden to me. That is 5 successes. So 2 threat gained.
Of course. Yup.
And he says, I think you may be correct, Doctor. I shall retire to engineering. And he walks out the door.
Yeah, so Loris raises an eyebrow and says, what is this all about? What is the engineering flaw here?
Queer looks to Aratana. Stop him.
I blink once and then I immediately start striding after the guy to detain him.
Fitness, con, difficulty, 0. You need at least 1 momentum to move fast enough to have seen something.
Athletics focus.
Yes.
Um, I'll give you a threat just to buy a die.
Okay.
I hit 1, so
You
gain it and
run out.
immediately spend it.
Yeah, you run out into the hallway and see something bizarre. The monk is wreathed in green energy, and you distinctly hear detection said before he disappears.
Ah.
Insight or reason, command, difficulty of it would be not available to a non-Vulcan. 3. Difficulty 3. This has to deal with language.
Um,
Well, at least I
hey,
bonded.
cybernetic ears. I'll take that.
Oh,
Yeah, you your ears are able to clear distortion for you.
so div 2 now?
Too.
Don't have a real good focus for this, honestly. Not a linguist by any stretch. I am going to give you 3 threat.
Okay.
Okay.
That's weird. The thing that kind of stuns you for a second is not the fact that this monk is disappeared. It's that he used such an archaic form of the command, or not the command, but the word detection. Like
Like even older than what we would speak at the colony. Like it's
like he added a syllable that hasn't been added to that word in like 1,000 years.
yeah, no, it's older
Just
than
like
the colony.
culturally, the word has shifted to an easier form of the word to say, and the way he said it is so old.
As he kind of flitters away, my Aratana, just out of sheer habit, is reaching for the phaser and just kind of blinks and stares at the emptiness and okay, and then
I
turn.
spend 10 threat.
Oh,
Is it
Oh,
10? No, it's 2 per person,
2
right?
per person.
I spent 8 to cause a reversal.
yeah, let me guess. A Romulan thing is about to decloak and fuck
These
shit
could be
up.
time travelers. You don't know.
Oh,
No,
are
not
we not going to get to have the wacky adventure where we dress as pirates on the space station?
Who knows? Um,
Or time travelers from
um,
the past.
but that was
Ah,
before the doctor decided to play spy.
sorry, guys.
Don't worry, you can get
Um,
demoted still.
Yeah, the captain's not happy. She wanted to have fun on a pirate space station.
You got the
You
Uh,
cutlass
would
and
have been having
everything.
fun on the pirate space station, and then you would have collapsed because someone decided to give you an aneurysm.
um, as you walk back into the med bay, um, a Suzuki yells over the comms to the captain, "Captain, large energy readings, even on passive sensors."
All right, then the captain's going back up to the bridge and she says, understood, on my way.
Uh,
You
Tweer is
vanished,
going to.
Doctor.
Tweer is actually going to follow along though, because he does want to try and explain as they go.
Yeah, I imagine she walks out and sees you looking for him and looks back at the doctor and then just like expects one of the two of you to start explaining all of this.
Kind of walking with you to the bridge. I'll say.
The subdermal probe was a subterfuge. It would have caused a feed. It would have enabled whoever was on the controlling end to cause a neural feedback, causing immense pain and distress at a moment of the controller's choosing.
Understood. So he
Unfortunate.
is a spy and probably implicated in whoever was responsible for everything that happened here, with regards to the kidnapping of the monk.
And whoever he was speaking Vulcan dialect, well over a millennia old. Even
Where is he?
the old priests on my colony speak it anymore. It's before their time.
Where is he?
He
Yeah,
vanished.
that's definitely going to get a big eyebrow raise from the captain, because I believe Vulcans are aware that the Romulans like left Vulcan, but not in the specifics that the Romulans are the people who left Vulcan.
Yes. It's a suspicion, but but it's not been confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Spock is surprised too, but he kind of expects that it's possible.
I'll say from Eritana's face, there's no lick of thinking of Romulans because he doesn't think about Romulans much.
No, and I'm not. She raises an eyebrow because that's strange. Not that she's put all of the pieces together yet. Yeah, all right. So we're going to the bridge then. Is it possible that he was beamed off? Our shields cannot be raised due to the state we find ourselves in.
Oh, I saw him flitter away. He beamed off for sure.
Understood.
Suzuki calls you over as you come on the bridge. Captain, right there, on passive sensors, definitely a warship.
That one there.
You're confident it's a warship?
Subspace readings this large, at least warp 5 capable engine. That's not a civilian model.
But how wouldn't we have seen it coming?
Captain, if they had a good enough beam to beam you off the ship, they have enough of a bead to get a firing solution.
I'm sorry, repeat.
If they could beam off the ship, Captain, that means they have good enough sensor lock to beam a single person off, which also means they can get a firing solution on this ship and kill us all.
Understood.
And as Aratana sits at the secondary multi-role console, the captain sits in the chair. Their worst fears are confirmed. As Ensign Kaufman yells out, weapons lock, torpedo fired.
Oh, God damn it.
Yep, raise shields, red alert.
We go into ship combat. And
I think we're in a new scene.
You are. I will adjust the tokens.
I'm sorry, Solaris.
It's okay. I'm joking.
I feel so bad.
Just stand by that airlock real quick. Don't worry about it. I'll fix the problem.
Like I said, most of this was closer. It would just have been too cluttered on the screen. This guy has actually moved.
He's leaving. Oh, okay.
Well,
who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? He's further away.
So now this is accurate to zones.
All right. Crap.
You owe me some thread if you want him to go first.
Narratively, the first torpedo is a wide miss, and you go first.
Oh, hooray!
Okay.
Okay, maybe not as good a log as I thought, but we might want shields up. As you're calling out red alert. Oh, never mind. Permission to return fire?
Our cover's blown. Weapons hot. Yeah, and she's going to, flip on the shipwide intercom and say, "This is the captain speaking. All hands to battle stations."
All right, who's taking the first action?
Okay, let me double check. Raising shields and going to red alert, are those minor actions or major actions?
If we're caught cold, then I think it's minor.
Minor, I believe.
I'd have to minor to turn on shields and turn on the weapons.
Okay. Then yeah, why don't you do that and then take a pot shot at them?
Okay. So shoot. Well, the problem is I don't think I can shoot. I'll be able to put up the shields and the weapons, and then I'm done. I'll have to wait till you order me to shoot because I don't have a way to
Okay.
buy another action.
So,
Another action
so
right now.
you do those two things, and then we keep, and then I order you to shoot because we can keep for free because I
Yeah.
have decisive leadership.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll fire. I'll turn on the shields and arm the weapons. And
Yeah, you start flipping switches, and like the whole console comes alight for the first time in days.
Yeah.
And then once everything's green, the captain goes and she orders you to take a shot at the Romulan vessel.
So you have the ability to keep for free, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. You are at long range. So medium, long. I think torpedoes are your only option because you cannot exceed the distance rating on weapons.
I believe you are correct.
However, their shield should be down if they just did a beaming, and we're just in cloak, unless they swift test.
Or they're doing what we did.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible they're not, but I would guess I would guess they're down.
So I'm being ordered to do a thing, which means I'm firing. Yeah, so I'll be firing a torpedo. You gain a threat because I'm firing a torpedo. And I think I have Ooh,
going to spend 2.
okay.
To apply the trait that was on the probe of short-term modification, I'm going to apply that to the torpedo tube. It is still prepared for. It is still misconfigured to allow fire by compressed gas. Those modifications weren't removed.
Damn it.
So that's not going to make this impossible. It's just going to increase the difficulty to get the torpedo tube to work correctly.
All right. Yeah, so you're making me do a major action, so I can't do a minor. Right, so I just fire. Yeah. So I owe you. Actually, we have a different problem. Directing costs some momentum to do.
Oh shoot, we've forgotten this rule before, so it does. In that case, can we?
And Bernie and Griffin aren't here. So much less threat would have been spent if your humans were here.
Yep. Okay, then can we keep to me, and then I do a rally, and then I will swift into a direct.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah,
Wild.
now that our intentions are made clear, she's going to stand up. And could I say narratively, this rally is a broadband announcement against the unknown vessel taking shots at them, as the crew is inspired by me taking a defiant ground against them.
Yes. I will
Okay.
say normally I wouldn't say that was a rally as that could easily be taken as you're throwing us into a combat we could easily lose.
Mm-hmm.
Inspiring presence is going to allow you to make use of that justification.
Okay. So focus in rhetoric.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, she's going to stand up from her chair and she's going to, say comms, broadband signal, attention unknown vessel. You have opened fire upon a lawful ship of the sovereign federation under the command of myself. I cannot allow this to stand. If you do not surrender, we will be forced to destroy you. And yeah, inspiring presence.
Is what allowed you to justify doing it this way. It is not going to help.
Okay.
'Cause
Respected Starfleet officer as a pop.
Yes, because although they don't care, the crew does.
All right. And 1, 2, 2. 6 threat.
Just sit on that till I get back to Tweer.
So that's 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We have 2
I
excess.
count 7.
2, 3, 4, 6, 7. It's 7 plus the 1 free hit from respected Starfleet officer. I
Oh
thought.
yes, 8.
Okay.
Momentum 8.
Can I make one of those
Wait, we already have one.
or of those 2 float? Can I spend 2 of them on a trait of like Federation, showing the Federation flag or something like that we have spooked a lot of the criminals and other people here by just showing up unannounced and boldly declaring our defiance? Or would it have to be related to the crew?
That requires creating a trait in space combat is going to require a major action. So that
We can't do anything with the float?
Swift, like you were intending.
Okay, then
yeah,
I'll
you could
spend.
swift and do that task. But as far as like momentum spins,
Okay, I'm sorry.
let me double check the list of momentum spins. Create trait may also be there, but it's specifically create trait is in the actions.
Options. I remembered that. I didn't realize that meant
No.
you couldn't create traits in other circumstances.
Alter trait is a momentum spin. You create,
Okay.
change, or remove a trait in the scene. So it is also a spend and a thing you can do as a major action.
That's what I figured, because otherwise you couldn't really spend excess momentum. All right, so yeah, could I have spent 2 of that excess momentum on showing the flag that we have shown the Federation's flag in a direct manner here?
Yes, although to get much of an effect, you're gonna want more than potency 1.
All right, then I will spend, is it 4 momentum to get it up to potency 2? 2 and 2?
It is a total of 4 to get it to potency 2.
That's what I meant. All right. Yeah, and then
that would leave y'all at 4 momentum because y'all had 8 total and you've spent 4.
We had 9 total. We had momentum sitting in the pool. So that's what I was trying to
Oh,
point out
okay,
earlier.
sorry. Yep, I see.
all
Go
right,
ahead.
and now I'm going to keep, and I want to direct Aratana to fire everything we've got on that unknown assailant.
Right. So, you gain your threat because I'm firing a torpedo.
Something tells me I did not take that back earlier. So go ahead.
I'm gonna spend 1 momentum to buy myself an extra minor.
Okay.
Because the command wouldn't give me that.
No, we don't let kids on the ship.
I'm gonna put in a targeting solution on the enemy vessel. On next attack against this vessel, either reroll a d20 or choose which of the target systems are hit by the attack rather than rolling. I'm going to choose to aim at the weapons, and the reason I'm saying that is because I'm trying to counter my own. I'm trying to play within my value of I offer a single warning, not two. I'm shooting the gun. I'm not shooting their engines or something else. I'm trying to make them not be able to shoot at us.
That's enough for me to not force a challenge.
Okay.
It's not enough to use that value on the shot.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I don't have a determination anyway. I just didn't want to get a compat thrown at me.
Yeah, that is yeah. If you actually intentionally missed them, that would be where that value could be used. But in
Right.
this case, you're letting your value guide you enough not to just like cause casualties on the first hit.
All right.
And sorry, you did a minor to target solution.
Yeah, target solution lets me choose to aim at the weapons. I can choose to either
Okay.
re-roll one or I have to choose a system. I'm purposely choosing a system.
For some reason, I thought you had done a second to calibrate.
Oh
I don't
no,
know.
do our torpedoes need calibration?
I don't remember. I was double checking that.
They don't, thankfully. They're photon torpedoes. They're
I was
new
gonna
enough.
say, I feel
Okay.
like that's like a quantum torpedo.
That's also a
era
nuke thing, I think, as well. Like old weapons.
It depends. Yeah, particularly new or old weapons are the ones that I think generally have it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at a diff 3. That's the base
And
diff. Or
I'm double checking. Page 360 for the chart. Or 360, 306. Difficulty is 2. For torpedoes, it's 3. You have a trait making torpedo shots difficulty 4 right now because the torpedo tube was modified and you didn't have time to remove the mods.
Mm-hmm. Have sex threat. I need the momentum.
All right.
Shipboard weapons, tactical weapons, I should say.
Yes.
Control security. My cybernetic ears make it easier to aim. That's how I hear whistling. I hear the torpedo through the water.
Maybe, yeah. Listen to the torpedoes, rub your scar against the console, try it all.
Adventure game logic.
There's some moon logic right there.
Gain 2 as normally the procedure is for the captain to have the ship brought around to get a direct shot, but no time is spared for that. Instead, the torpedo goes out dangerously close to the space station and then loops back in and hits the warship. And it hits its weapons.
And I'm trying to think if I need to add damage rocks. I can. I don't know how much damage we're doing base. I think I get to know that.
We have the momentum. You might as well, man.
Yeah.
So what?
Oh, you're right. There's momentum from the from being assisted. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were wrapping up what you were saying and about to roll, so I hit the button, and then I realized you were actually not done yet. So.
Oh.
What is the damage rating?
Whoop. Am I going way too far? It's on the sheet. It's 3, but I'm double checking in the book if that's correct. I assume that's correct, though. I think we made sure the ship had the right damage. I'm just not willing to hand on heart say that's right.
So, what's your weapons rating?
Wep 7.
So you get a +1. The base damage rating of photon torpedoes is 3.
Oh, so it's actually a rating for intensity 4 attack. Neat. I can't remember where I wanted.
Oh yeah, I think I may have set that, and then I still, before we played, I still had to get y'all to decide what y'all were going to increase, and maybe I forgot to go back and increase torpedoes.
Um.
Just from that, their shields are no longer at 100%.
So would adding more intensity do anything?
Like stress, it lowers shields.
So if we zero out their shields, reduce ours 1 per point of damage. If the ship's shields were already at 0. Okay. Yeah, I am trying to breach their weapons, so I don't feel bad about this. So I'm gonna do. Oh wait, the high yield needs something else. Actually, does that matter? Anyway. Actually, what does high yield mean in this game? Because I just remembered it may not be the same as whatchamacallit. First Ed. I can't type. If it inflicts 1 or more breaches to a system, it inflicts 1 additional breach, or steps up potency of a breach inflicted by 1 attacker's choice. Oh, so I could just have this thing do extra breaches to the weapons. Ooh. Okay. Um. I'm just trying to do enough damage to really hurt their weapons, but not enough to like blow them up. I'm trying to be careful not to do that by accident.
Yeah, there's so much you don't know that I can't help. I can't.
Breaches a trait that occurs through damage crew associated with the system. If a single system on your ship suffers a number of breaches equal to or greater than half the ship's scale, that system is destroyed. When it has been destroyed, any test that would be assisted automatically fails. It's greater than scale, it suffers critical damage, can no longer function. At game master's discretion, NPC vessels suffering critical damage are destroyed. Okay, so I have to be careful not to just dump into it. Okay, so this thing is bigger than we are. This can probably buy a breach. +1 because of high yield. It's 2 breaches. For us, that would be devastating. Is that enough to break their weapons? If they're scale 4, it's destroyed. If they are scale 4 and I do another impact, that could cause a critical damage.
You don't start getting breaches till shields are down.
Yeah, shields aren't even down yet.
I thought you said their shields are down just from the base hit.
No. I said they're down from 100%. I was telling you that you got past resistance.
Oh.
Sorry. I didn't mean to confuse.
I was sweating over here for no good reason. That's my bad. Sorry, I misunderstood. So okay, yeah, no. Then bam, bam. So I'm gonna add
2 damage right now.
the total. Yeah, I could do devastating attack. I'm not going to because I might hurt somebody, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, I'm adding 1 plus 3 total. 1 from the high yield plus 2 more from the extra spends. So an extra 3 on top of what the torpedo already did.
Okay, high yield just gives an extra damage.
It can do something else, but I'm just upping the potency.
All right. Shields around 70%.
Direct hit with effect. Their shields look to be still up though.
Understood. We'll keep at it.
It goes to them, I think.
Sadly.
Before we handle them, I'm gonna take this time to go ahead and see who else is involved, because that'll affect the turn order. So
order.
for the freighter captains, they are pirates, not particularly interested in this though. 2 of them got critical successes, but they needed at least 3. Oh, sorry, no, it was difficulty 0 to stay in fight. You raised it from difficulty 0. You forced a task of difficulty 2.
Because of the rah-rah speech from earlier.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I take that back. Only one of them made it. He definitely does not have a rating of 4. He's not Blackbeard or anything. Harry Mudd or whatever. So those 2 ships warp out. I'm going to put a red dot on hostiles. As this captain, you're here, your Federation, he looks more dangerous. So if he had to bet, you're the one to shoot at and loot. And he's going to take the chance. All right. And I think, let me double check. You bought antipathy towards the smugglers, didn't you?
I sure did.
All right. So they only have to hit a difficulty 1.
Oh,
because they already want to fight you anyway.
Jesus Christ.
And they do have a named character whose name you have learned.
Okay, we might actually be screwed here because this is not a combat boat, and the odds are now very much against us.
It wouldn't. They might have not even cared, but you specifically said that you said your name.
We were being shot at. Our cover was blown. I thought it was, I thought it was best to scare away the crooks. Okay.
All right. Antipathy is going to actually. He still has a difficulty 2. Antipathy is only gonna allow this because normally he has a value which would prevent him from staying and fighting, which is survival at any cost. And he has the value Latinum is all we have left. Both of which make him uninterested in fighting a Starfleet ship. The antipathy with you is the only reason he's rolling. So he still has to hit a diff 2. He is going to spend all of his personal threat though,
Because he
really doesn't hate you. He doesn't care about the Starfleet ship. And if it was any other Starfleet ship, he'd run. But you screwed him over, and he hates you for it.
No, I didn't.
The
I fought back when he attacked. It's very different.
He was making money hand over fist selling shoddy parts to that colony. and you screwed it up.
I feel like we've been over this, Captain. This pirate crew's like entire shtick is that they just keep doubling down.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
he does have the trait double down. I forgot about that, which isn't quite relevant yet because this is a new fight that's just started. But yeah, grudge against Commander Soloris is a trait he has.
Oh,
I understand. She's a grudge-inducing person. I've forgiven
Oh
her.
my god.
I've forgiven you. Like, I know you're okay.
But
He
yeah,
doesn't
you're
know yet.
so holy.
Oh, I'm not. I used to shoot people for a living. Now I shoot people for a living. Wait.
oh my
Nothing's
god.
changed about my career.
Oh god.
Generates 2 momentum, and because this is a social conflict, he's going to gain a bonus momentum for obtain information.
Oh, you
This,
can give it to us. He's friends.
this all could have been
No,
Revere's problem.
he wants to know. He wants to know. Do you look like you're about to run?
Us?
Yes.
I don't think so. We just opened fire on them, and I don't think we realized how much trouble we're actually in.
Yeah.
All right, then he
Usually
does
it
not. He is not about to. He's not taking an action yet because it's not inside the turn order. This was just to see if he decides to participate starting next round. But he doesn't seem to be charging engines. He seems to be charging weapons. All right, the captain of the Klingon warship.
Oh, we're so boned.
Actually, there is no role for him because you announced who you are. There's a treaty in place, and he's not going to be the guy who
Starts the war.
starts the war. So he leaves.
To go. Great.
Good
Treaty
man. Good
obligations.
man.
And the station.
Yeah, this is the real question. What's the station about to do?
Calculus.
Huh.
It is not arming weapons, but they are going to take a place in the initiative because they can't run away. They're kind of forced to take an initiative, but they're going to avoid the roll by not becoming hostile. So they may do something, but it's not going to be hostile to you. They may decide to become hostile later, in which case they will have to succeed at that roll. All right, so now it actually does go to them. We start resolving the turn order. What do they want to do? Somewhere deep in a Romulan bird of prey, a centurion y'all have not yet met grits his teeth and relies on the knowledge that drives him that no Centurion has fell to Starfleet in 100 years, and he will not be the first.
This is literally the I think about you every day. I don't even know you exist meme, where they think they're an intense rivalry, and we literally do not know who they are.
Oh man, and this is gonna be like a whole thing when eventually Balance of Terror actually happens and Starfleet
Oh.
intelligence realizes, oh, that's who those guys were.
Before he does this, actually, someone needed to take an action, which will require me to spend for keeping the initiative. So this is a second action they have taken. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 successes on a diff 2, 4 gained. Ship's engine security. Uh, 3 gained. The ship fades from sensors. I think y'all have Tawir or Revere.
I could go, or might be better to have the engineer go.
Definite engineer go, because one way, if we're gonna stay and fight, we need the torpedoes to not suck anymore. Or if we're gonna run, we need reserve power to be shifted into the warp engine so we can get ready to leave.
Yep. Revere, you're up, and that will probably be your last action. So I think we're at your hard stop.
No, this
I
week
don't have a hard stop this week
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
because in my time zone it's currently just 7. So.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So, Captain, do you want weapons or do you want engines ready to go?
I guess engines for now. Or I guess weapons for now, considering. Ooh.
Right.
I sure go with weapons.
Okay. So I will go fix the torpedo tube or restore the torpedo tube.
To get there, you're going to need to succeed at a difficulty 0 fitness con and have at least 2 momentum. This is the major action. You'll have to keep to get rid of the modifications.
Okay.
You don't necessarily need a major action. As long as you have at least 2 momentum, you can alter the trait that is enforcing this
Right.
by getting rid of it. So you actually, to pull this off, you need 4 momentum on a diff 0 roll. And since you have
Okay.
1 on the table, technically you only need 3.
Okay. So take 3 threat for 4 dice.
All
I
right.
think I have anything that helps me get there from here.
What station does Suzuki take up again?
Operations.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
Fuck's sake.
You make it to deck A if you can make it to deck A if you want, or otherwise you're out in the hallway on B deck, the deck with the bridge. You could spend the 1 gained and the 1 on the table to get there, but you'd still not have enough to achieve the task.
Right. Well, I better at least get there, so
Or
I'll do
I
that.
could. I don't know if you want to, but I could check we could check for any challenges, directive or determination wise.
Wouldn't be able to spend them anyway.
Yeah, so I think
Oh, you're
I'll
right.
just
You're right.
I think I'll just take the give you threat for the comps, and then I'll spend what's on the table plus 1 to get where I'm going.
Prehensile tail.
What does it do?
I don't know that it would kick in this case.
You'd be climbing ladders and stuff.
Oh, that's true. So yeah, it would.
Because this ship uses ladders and not
Torpedoes.
torpedoes to shoot you up, and not turbo lifts, I will. I'll give you that bonus d20. More than any ship, Cations probably feel at home on an Andromeda because you do get to climb around the ship fairly regularly.
No.
Yeah, that's worth a shot.
Yeah.
Damn.
Man.
Well, I mean,
And
I'm
so
only
that
rolling
means
an
I'm not
11 with
here now.
that, so
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Do you want?
Is there a swift task or an initiative kept? Because
We can keep for free still because it's the first round.
yeah, and the engineer could attempt, because you spent the momentum, you could attempt the task. Oh no, you can't because you don't have
Right.
momentum. So yeah, it's either keep or
Goes to them.
goes to them.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
No, you're down there at least. So
Yeah.
By the
Just
next
not-
round, before I shoot, I'm gonna want to wait for you to fix it.
Yeah. Just not rolling hot tonight.
I think maybe not keeping because we can activate different people for you there, Doc. Like different NPCs because
Yeah,
we have
that's
at least
what I
one
was
person active
trying
and
to
we can
think.
activate someone different. But I
Yeah,
don't know if we
that's what I
want
was
to do
trying
anything
to-
yet.
Yeah, I was trying to think if I should do Suzuki and do something at operations. Is like what I'm considering. The only thing is, I don't know. Does he? His engineering's okay, but there's not really much that you can do at ops with con. Oh well, no, because he's not a. Because he's not.
Well,
Okay, cool.
also, for a minor, he could move over to the engineering console that was set up and do any of the tasks for engineering at a
Ops and
reduced
engineering are the
difficulty.
same thing.
Well, no, he can
Yeah.
do anything that. Are they the same list?
Yeah, it's
Like-
operation/engineering in terms of mechanics.
There's probably going to be a benefit in the fine wording based
No,
on what ops
it is.
does.
Yeah, it is actually just operations/engineering. They are interchangeable as far as the game mechanics are concerned.
Oh no, so ops is going to allow you generally to be assisted by computers engineering. The engineering multi-role is going to allow you to do anything related to the engineering department, and the difficulty is reduced by 1.
Possibly
So-
creating a trait may not be the worst idea, but
So yeah,
Yeah.
whether you'd want an assist or just a straight up diff decrease depends on which console you'd use.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have any particular.
I would say
suggestions.
wait until we get shot at because our shields are probably gonna get dinged, and you'll probably want to patch that up anyway.
Right. Yeah. It's why I'm thinking. Is there anything I can do? In. Yeah, no, that's a tactical thing. Is the problem? Like any shield, anything is.
Regenerate shield is an ops engineering thing.
Oh, it is. But we haven't lost any, have we?
That's what I'm saying. You wait for them to shoot at us. If they hit us and do damage, you can immediately fix it.
Is that something I can do? Like, effectively, like a contingent task.
Well, it would necessarily need to be contingent. They would take their turn, shoot at us, and then on your
Oh,
turn you'd be
right,
like,
yeah,
on my
'cause we
turn
let
I'm
them
regenerating
go.
shields.
Yeah, right. We let them go. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. So it's going to go to them.
Yeah, we'll let
Okay.
it go to them instead of Suzuki then.
There's no great reason for you to keep yet. There's nothing for you to do.
Yeah.
Nothing's broken. That's going to change.
Yeah, we haven't even used reserve power, I don't think.
No, you always start with one until you spend it.
Although I could use a major action to reroute reserve power, but that's
Yeah, until the weapons are fixed, there's no reason to reroute power to weapons, and rerouting power to the engines to run away is not a thing if the captain doesn't want to run away.
right. Yep, leaving it to them then. Uh, huh?
All right.
Yep.
One spent for an extra minor.
Sorry, this is also me like just now learning the starship combat rules in
Yep.
this system.
Yeah, we're not completely boned, but it's gonna hurt when they hit us because we're tiny.
And one for an additional die. Ship's die. Okay. One gained. Sorry, two gained. That is it for them. So the only remaining turns belong to y'all.
Oh, so they didn't shoot at us.
Well, question is, Cap, do you want us to stand in trade, or do you want us to get out of here? If you are saying anything, you are muted.
So I was. Sorry, I was eating and then forgot. Okay. Um, so it's possible now that their cover's been blown, they're just warping out of here. But it's kind of impossible to say with Romulans. Jim, is
Well,
there
you can't,
anything?
and Soloris, although you might be aware, Soloris cannot use any knowledge related to Romulans
Oh no, I'm not.
in
I'm
that
not
decision.
metagaming. I just meant in from the sense that they're cloaked in that we can't detect them. Not.
That is correct. You have no
Um.
idea what they're doing.
No clue, and we don't know if they've left, if they're still here.
That is correct. You're pretty unfamiliar with cloaking technology.
Okay. Whose actions remain? Sorry.
Our ops
Mine.
Just
guy,
Weirs.
yeah, just Tweers, which could be it could be someone other than the ops guy. We could activate the someone else, but
Yeah.
really, it's a matter of whether we're gonna stand here and get ready to fight some more, or we start running
Yeah.
away.
No, I think we're standing and fighting. So at least for now.
So it might behoove us then for us to reroute power to weapons to make sure that when we shoot again, we have the highest chance of hitting our target.
Let's do that. So yes, Loris will call out ops, reroute reserve power to weapon systems.
All right. So I'm just gonna reroute power to weapons then. That doesn't even take a roll. It's just
It just eats your major.
yeah, it just eats my major and that's it.
Um. Oh, sorry. I was gonna remind that y'all get it back for free if Revere's willing to spend a little threat when it gets back to him.
Sure, go for it.
Well, when it gets back to him, yeah.
When it gets back to him.
Okay.
I think rerouting power is a major action that has no task associated with it.
Correct.
Yep. So that is done.
Yeah.
Power is rerouted to weapons. All right. You went last, but they are not the only hostile vessel. And they don't technically share turns with these other people because they're not allied in any way. And they want to go first. Double checking. Yep. Remembering that no hesitation is the start of any round. So spending a threat. The unknown warship acts first, ahead of the other hostiles.
Yeah.
Minor to
Are,
decloak.
are you guys sure you have to reroute power to fire weapons?
No, you don't have to.
No.
It
It's
provides a
about
benefit.
all I could do. Yeah, and it's about all I could do with my turn.
Yeah.
No,
Is what-
that's fine. I just thought,
It's not
you know.
required. It makes them better.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can pretty much reroute power to any system to get a good boost.
Mm.
Like we've done it to the sensors once to like boost the doctor's medical sensors.
Mm.
It just forces the ship's die to be an automatic 1 when it assists.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The next time I do a weapon shot, it's gonna be as long as I get something, I'm gonna get 2 hits. So
Yeah, sorry, I was confused because, of course, there's some things you can only do if you reroute reserve power to them.
yep. Like warping's weird because you don't have to do it as a major. You can minor and then jump.
Mm.
That's why I was like, are we jumping or not? because that power is going somewhere, or it should anyway. You can always get it back. It's already routed. Come on, miss.
The additional major is to raise. The additional minor is to raise shields.
Oh, because they cloaked, so they lost their shield.
Mm-hmm.
Uncloak, shoot again. Can we put up the shields first, sir? Yes, do that, then shoot. I'd be a captain that wouldn't have a long career.
You forget Romulan careers are not defined by competence, but by political connection.
That's true.
All right, I believe y'all are outside of energy weapon range, and they simply didn't have enough actions, right? They don't have enough bandwidth among the crew to maneuver the ship and do all this stuff. So, like you, they're going to shoot at long range with the torpedo.
Oops, I keep clicking that on and off. Sorry, folks watching. I keep closing the window.
But something the characters do not know they should be afraid of potentially in the new future, the near future. They have not yet had time to take advantage of any plasma altering technology. They don't have plasma torpedoes yet. So this is just a photon torpedo.
Ray.
Oh.
Oh no.
It would be much worse if they had a plasma torpedo.
Yes, very.
All right. Difficulty 3, IO a threat just to shoot. An experienced commander takes the weapons station from his centurion and uses the scans that identified the weaknesses in your ship that they just took and grits in determined thought that the Empire never loses.
Well, except for that one time 100 years ago.
And they did miss a little just a few minutes ago.
And
That
I mean, that was just
sounds
when
like
against Earth, not even like everybody.
that
Goodness.
sounds like information published by dissident senators. Maybe they're going to go to a re-education camp.
Oh.
And there are no ladders there. That looks like 3, 4, 5 successes and a complication. 2 complications. They have a prototype vessel.
On the plus side, that means it hits for less.
Do complications straight up mean that?
May reduce. It doesn't have to. It's one of the things it can do it for starship damage. It can do other stuff. That's just an extra thing. Never making it up. Page 309.
Complications may reduce damage by 1. I will do that. He has lined up a perfect shot, but his ship still has problems. The Imperial Star Yard has apparently provided a faulty targeting computer And although he has detected a weakness in your hull, that is only compensating for this at this point the poor targeting solution. So 2 damage is lost on the attack from the complications, but 2 damage is gained from having a scan for weakness.
Fair enough.
With the result being that a difficulty 3, a torpedo of damage 3 hits. Is it 3?
3's the base, yeah.
For photon torpedoes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's not taking into account their weapon score. It's
Oh yeah, they might have it higher.
5 for them because they're a purpose-built warship. So a photon torpedo hits y'all for 5 damage.
-2.
Ah, crap.
It could have been much worse.
We're still above 50%. And
Okay.
also, out of fairness to them, they took 1 less damage to the shields. That high yield doesn't kick in unless you've breached. So if all I did was shields, high yield doesn't do anything yet.
Okay, then it doesn't do anything to you either. So.
Yeah.
The ship shakes a bit, but is not critically damaged as the torpedo connects.
Shield still holding, Captain.
Yeah.
Photon torpedo
What do we
strike.
want to do now?
2 to keep.
Doesn't matter what we want to do.
Someone
You know who
does
makes
something.
good targeting systems? Klingons.
Doesn't require.
Maybe if there could be some sort of alliance.
Roll.
Couple
Those
centuries.
monsters?
2 to swift. And gonna buy an extra 3 dice.
You don't have to. No, please.
1 threat gained. Oh, actually, how much damage did I say y'all did?
Over half their shields, I think.
No.
No. God, no. 5, but -2, so we only took 3.
There's actually 1 more damage. That wasn't 2 complications because the 19 only comps if it's on the ship's roll, which was a 14.
Ah.
Yeah, sorry. I rolled another 19. I was like, hey, nope, that's definitely only the ship's roll.
We're still above 50%. We're still good. Shield soaked that hit. Can't take another like that, though. Otherwise, we're going to get shaken. Shields will still be on, though. So there's that.
Oh, I have made a mistake. They would have had to spend for an additional swift task from the person who shot the torpedoes. Because, as it turns out,
At least all the frit's gone.
rerouting power does not give you power for free. You actually have to make a task roll to get it back.
Yes.
So the task roll I was going to use for them to cloak is now just been taken for them to get their power back. So now they actually have to roll the cloak. Did I just accidentally close the game? I think I did.
Yeah, you're not a normal 20.
Okay. Now, so first of all, I lose a threat because there's no ship's roll on a power gain. So they just have enough to attempt the cloak task at difficulty 4 with nothing but 2 dice
Oh no.
and a ship.
Sucks to be them
Because
right now.
order of operations has screwed me. All right, all the ship's got to do is roll 4 or less. No complication.
Oh no.
There's a large discharge of energy from the nacelles as they attempt to cloak, but the process is abrupted early, and they have lost. Not only have they lost the rerouted power, but they also didn't cloak.
Okay. Is it us now?
There's still the other two bad
Yes.
guys.
There are, but it goes to y'all because they've spent for as much as they've gone.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah, well, 2 people
He's
went in a
out of
row,
threat.
each doing swift tasks.
I meant these guys.
Oh, yeah, but they're not gonna go. Like, I'm still gonna go the opposition, then you, then the opposition, then you. It's just that these guys aren't allied, but everybody is against you.
Mhm.
So
Well,
And I also
was-
think these guys are waiting until we're a softer target to size up.
so the first round is over?
Oh yeah. The first round was over.
Oh, okay.
That's what. Remember, I said they spent a threat to do no hesitation and go. They were spending to go ahead of the other opposition because they're not allied. So
Okay.
it wasn't guaranteed which bad guy got to go first.
Okay.
So they spent to make sure they were the bad guys that got to go first. Yes, it is your turn.
Okay.
Well, all right, Cap. So we have power into our weapons right now. Our engineer can fix the torpedoes so that they're not so terrible because they're still firing with pneumatic compressors opposed to the launch sled.
If we go and then we hand it back to them, they're going to get another chance to cloak, which kind of makes me want to just immediately go in for another pot shot at them.
It's I'd have to feed them a lot of threat to do it. It's a diff 4 shot minimum.
Okay. Then okay, first
Don't
things
forget-
first.
don't forget the ship gets 2 free hits.
And one, in a conflict once per round. So if it's the new round, I do get to keep for free again. All right. So why doesn't the engineer fix the tubes and then maybe we'll keep and all. Yeah, and you'll shoot at them or something.
Yeah.
Just by Revere taking his turn, y'all gain reserve power.
What?
If he spent, sorry, he has to spend
What
2
is she
threat.
doing? Stop that. What?
So do you want to do that, Revere?
Yes, I think I've spent 2 threat.
Yep, spent.
And that's not really a task, I don't think. I think
No,
that's just a
no.
yep.
It's just at the start of your turn you can decide to do.
So I'm clearing the tubes, correct?
Yes, because you don't have
Okay.
momentum to alter the trait. You're going to have to do it as a major action to create a to alter
Counter
the trait.
trait. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. What's this roll going to be? What
Daring
kind of
engineering,
daring?
difficulty
Okay.
2.
Difficulty 2. Jury rigging, since I'm undoing my jury rigging.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Well, you're jury rigging a repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the torpedo tube's going to be needed to take apart for like 72 hours
Yeah,
straight or
it
something
happens.
coming up, but
Gives me something to do with my spare time. Keeps me out of pool halls.
It's like, hey, Chief, somehow we accidentally shot the targeting computer out of the torpedo tube. Someone pulled all of the latches on the targeting computer.
Okay, take a threat for a 3rd die and bold.
Pretty desperate for it at the moment.
Oh, well, still got 2.
2 momentum gained as you quickly disconnect the compressor and
Spot weld a patch where the hose was going through.
yeah, and turn the launch system back on.
Right.
I imagine a hurried comm up to the bridge.
Yep. Torpedo tubes are back in operation.
Keep to me, Cap.
Yep. Well, let me check. Can I keep and then direct you, or it directs once per turn or once per combat? Sure.
Yeah.
Why don't we keep to me and I will direct you and I'll say fire.
Okay. I will buy an extra miner targeting solution, and I get the benefit of both parts of targeting solution. I screwed up last time, so I get to reroll d20 and I choose a system.
I would also suggest that the captain take a miner if there's something available that could help you, because they have the cost of you having to buy a miner is that they had one for free here.
Not sure what the cap could do with that miner,
Yeah, what could I do with that miner?
other than like move to another station.
But even then, moving stations is a minor, so I could move a station, but
Yeah, I was trying to see if they could do calibrator targeting or oh, they can do prepare,
oh wait, which one's
which
prepare?
but I don't know if that allows you to do the specific prepare that's under tactical.
Well, in any case, changing positions is a minor, so I'm not in position to do anything at tactical.
No, it's just that prepare is something you can do anywhere, and it's also something specific you can do at tactical, and that was confusing me for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to derail us. Go ahead.
So targeting difficulty is now just a regular 3 because everything's fixed. I'm going to buy a single die because I'm not feeding you threat.
Tweener thanks you.
Oop. Bang. Ship automatically gets 2 because the rerouted power's in there, so that is actually 4 total.
It still gets to roll 1 die, right?
No, that's
it doesn't
only
roll
on
at all.
sensors.
Right. Yeah, because that's sensors.
Oh, and I'm going to reroll that complication because I calibrated and we have a fast targeting system. Oop. Oop.
Did you? Oh, you mean targeting solution? You didn't calibrate. You get both the benefits, one of which is a reroll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually gained. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total.
5 on a diff 3.
Yep. And I'm aiming for their. That's the thing I was going to say about aiming. Probably aiming for weapons because I don't think I can aim for their cloaking tech because I don't know what that is really.
No, and we've
you
also
aim for
already hit
system.
weapons, so
The cloak isn't a system.
Yep. So I'm firing weapons again because I don't want them shooting at us.
All right.
So it's 4 damage again because it's the same. There's no roll. It just that's the intensity. I was thinking of Yeah, I think just throwing 2 damage into doing extra damage there, Cap, because I don't know if you want to spend those 2 to swift and do something else or like override one of the
No,
positions.
I think just spend for extra damage.
Okay, Cap. So I'm going to increase the intensity by 1. Because the other thing I could do now that I've already done the warning shot, I could do a devastating attack, but that would reduce it to half damage, and I think the resistance will soak it. So a total of 5 intensity attack.
Um, is the half damage round up or round down?
Good question. 50%. So I imagine once you're below 50%
Rounding.
shields.
It's rounding up.
Oh, it says that? Okay.
For devastating attack.
Oh. Well, yeah. If I did devastating attack, the base is 4, so it would be reduced to 2. Like so, I'm just adding damage.
Um.
So instead of 4 and a 2, it's a 5.
Okay. The wording here made me think that the added damage is considered for devastating attack because it says the system suffers a hit dealing half the attack's damage, not half the weapon's damage.
Oh, half the attack damage. I don't have 4 momentum to do that. I have 2 momentum left, so I can either add damage or devastating attack. I can't do both right now. But I would think if you added damage and then devastating attack, then you'd get half of that better attack.
That's what I was thinking too, and I was, um, yeah, it may have actually been relevant, but you don't have enough momentum
Yeah.
to get into it. So, um, any Swift, Captain?
We'll let him have it.
All right.
Have they dropped below 50%? I hope.
No.
Damn.
They are 55% about.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
well.
do we want to swift into you and you try again?
You would have to find some way to get momentum.
Okay.
That's why I was saving the
Well,
2.
we don't.
Don't
Yep.
worry about it.
Oh well.
Okay.
I thought maybe that too would be what went us over the edge. Oh well.
That was my hope too, because if they get shaken, that's big. So, but we don't know what the shield power is. I mean, we do now after hitting them, but still.
All right. Luckily I didn't lose my action. My kingdom for some reserve power.
Hey, if they want to use up an action, they can get it back.
All right. They do something.
Back to us.
Yep, back to you.
Okay. So I could shoot again. Or we could try to claw some of that power back because we did the shields back. Because if we get hit again, we're gonna drop below 50% and we're gonna get shaken. So I don't know if you want me to shoot again or you want to start clawing some of that shield power back.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, that's probably what they did then, right? They were probably regenerating shields. So why don't we regen shields then? Tawir, do you want to use
Yeah, sure.
Suzuki to get us some shields back?
Yep.
Control engineering diff 2 assisted by structure engineering.
What up, what I need?
Control engineering, is that what you said? Div 2.
Yep.
Take a threat.
All right.
Oh, come on, ship, please.
Well, hit 2.
Yep. So the ship gains
3. Or
equal
no.
to the engineering department.
1. Oh, engineering part of who? The person.
Of the ship.
Yeah.
That's 1.
Yeah, it is just
Plus
yeah,
2 more by spending 1 momentum.
We
Repeat.
don't have.
gross.
So the shields go up by 1.
Sorry, guys. Our ship is not great at regaining momentum. Or regaining shields. Ooh.
Got to up that engineering department or get the right talent.
No.
All right.
Sorry, Cap. I thought we were gonna get more shields back than that.
It's okay. I mean, we were massively outgunned. We kind of, without realizing, alerted them to start attacking us, and we're massively outgunned in that department. So,
All right.
Come on, Rami. I believe in your crappy targeting computer.
Oh,
I'm
don't
going to
provoke them.
spend.
You gonna spend all 4?
Yes.
Okay. There, it's spent. Hooray. But that starving's a good thing. Unless we take a ton of damage. Fudge muffins. Please miss. Oh, that's not good for us.
That is. One hit as a free electron laser misses the hull
Oh.
as this this freighter fires the free electron laser is pre enterprise tech. Like it's like
uh-huh.
pre warp energy weapons.
Huh.
I don't know
It's
how they're a pirate ship without greater weapons. I guess this is probably a prize ship they took.
I mean, consider
Okay.
civilians aren't armed usually.
it's literally that. It is literally a prize ship.
Mhm.
All right. Turn goes back to y'all, assuming y'all have anyone left.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Do you want me to shoot again and try to hit these guys, or do you want us to?
Yeah, go ahead. You're the only one who has a turn left, so.
No. Oh wait. Yeah. Engineer win. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it is just me. Fudge. I guess I'm gonna be firing a torpedo at them because I can't. We're too far away to shoot them with the phasers.
Man, not having a helms person with us right now is really killing us.
You can override.
I could, but
That's
that's I was thinking of modulating shields, but I'm gonna assume we're gonna trade. Because if we can get their shields down, yeah. Targeting solution on the Romulan vessel, on the unknown vessel, sorry.
All right.
and
Taking a threat.
choosing their weapon system.
All right.
And I'm gonna give you 3 threat to buy 2 dice.
My free electron cannon or beams. Thank you.
And weapons security.
That is a hit with 1 gained.
Chip. Fortunately, did not. Oh, I get to reroll that 0 because I targeting solutioned. Oop. Oop. Eat another 5. I'm just unloading torpedo after torpedo at them. Artana muttering under his breath a little bit. Break, you stupid shields. Break. Which it won't. It's just going to be 50%, but still.
Oh, and since Revere didn't use his minor, I'm
Uh,
just going to start moving towards engineering.
You might as well, yeah.
Fair. You need 1 more minor to complete that.
Which,
Yeah, but that'll at least get me up on the proper deck.
yeah.
Um. Shields at 51%. You are 1 damage short
Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh, darn it. Oh, well.
because it's
Can
round
we,
up.
can we,
Yeah.
can we get you all with a threat to pop that shield?
No, it's not an immediate spend.
No, but I'm trying to
Um,
bribe him.
You'd have to do something with determination.
Well, Aratana, can you do anything with determination?
I don't have any.
Well, I mean, whose problem is? Oh yeah, okay.
You're the
can't
one
generate.
who's keeping us here, Captain. Don't yell at me. I'm following orders. I'm shooting the enemy.
Well, now might be time to get future determination.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anything would fire. Honestly, everything here is doing what I would do.
Yeah.
Other than the frontier doesn't suffer fools, but so far I don't think we're
It's not
foolish.
your choice.
I
Even if
don't.
this is foolish, it's.
I don't think we're
Okay.
foolish yet because we haven't dropped below 50% shields. There's a chance we could win this shootout. Unless you're willing to challenge it, I'm not. Although we could technically, can we challenge a directive? Is that a thing?
No, you're the book wants you to ask me if you can.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we break a directive. We haven't remained undetected. We're firing torpedoes, shouting that we're here. That directive has come and gone.
So you have failed that part of the mission. That is a ding, but the challenge doesn't happen for free. You would say that you are going above and beyond what's already happened.
I'll let it go. I'm not willing to argue it. I don't have an argument.
Sorry, I'm confused because you can just say that you're not going to do anything to go back to being undetected, and that's a determination.
I'm gonna say no, just because I feel that's against the spirit of it. I think that should have happened when we started being undetected. So I'm not gonna make what I believe to be an unfair move. Because it's not Artana that specifically did that. That's something.
Oh, you're
earlier.
right. You're basically that.
That could have happened during the rally. If anyone could have gotten it, it's the captain who could get it.
Okay, yeah, I do. Actually, that's a good point. I do feel like, well, no, because they would have had the choice to do it. They're not forced to. Unlike values, I can't force them to challenge a directive.
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't know them because they didn't.
Yeah.
Necessarily accept the ding.
Did I accept a ding? Am I violating a value here?
No, it's all it.
Okay.
Not gonna help. It's not gonna help to rehash it again.
Okay.
Okay, so that's everything from y'all.
Yep. That's
All of
all
us
of
have done our
us.
turn, yeah.
All right. Well, it finally got to them, and I basically have no threat.
Being threat starts really rough for the GM in 2E.
Well, I spent a colossal amount on
It's
a
true.
lot of things. Like I did.
Mhm.
Correctly.
I owe Revere like I owe Inslee like
Metal.
a gift of some sort for keeping me afloat for most of this game.
Well, that's just I'm a threat heavy player. I think I always have been.
Go big or go home.
Well, it's just you cannot have momentum. You can never not have threat.
Yeah, no, I mean threat spends are what keeps the momentum
Yep.
of the game, like momentum, the regular word, not the
Right,
the proper.
right,
Mhm.
right. I've also played in a 120 threat game, which literally wound up in Stovo Core. So
I
after that,
remember that. I was there
I'm
for that.
fine. I'm fine.
I was there for
Threat,
that game.
threat doesn't scare me much.
You can use all that threat to kill Revere, by the way. That was not me egging you on. That was him.
No, actually, I'm going to spend towards a value in a very somber way.
Oh,
As before, the unknown smugglers used the value Latinum is all we have left to justify why they shouldn't risk their life because money is what their life is built around. Now they're using it to note that they have lost their main cause, that they have nothing left.
They're having a real bad day today, and we're the
Yeah.
reason why. Again.
oh shit! They have nothing left to lose. They're the most dangerous thing on the board.
He's around.
All right.
Resisting arms.
One to buy a die.
Yep.
Daring Con, difficulty 2. Assisted by ship. That's not a roll.
I call cheat. Well, damn.
That is 4, 5, 6 successes. Actually, I think traits are going to help them out a little bit here too. Double down and grudge against Lieutenant Commander Solaris. So 1, 2 on the roll, 2 from determination. That's 4. 2 from the ship. That's 6. 2 from traits is 8.
Oh, wait, can I just start off again? Can I just say again? I am so sorry
For what?
for uh
Starting this.
for starting this.
You could have just hypo sprayed him. No, you have to be all clever about it. Or you could just shoot him. I'm like, okay, and I would have shot him. I would have taken that. So would you, but
I don't think you should get dinged if you just stun somebody.
Well, an officer just shoot him. Okay, bang. It's like, are you gonna question that at all? No. You're kind of supposed to. You're not supposed to just stun people.
Also, very specifically, Aratana has a value that encourages them to give warning shots.
Ah.
I'm back.
We're being
Well,
shot
I mean,
at.
don't worry about it, man. We've all flubbed rolls this game, particularly me.
I haven't.
Just fuck you.
Don't worry, Captain. I'm on your side. We're the ones carrying the
Oh.
ship.
God,
Oh,
I hate it. Says C sidebar. Where's the sidebar?
Hate this.
oh, you vile bitch. I haven't.
Look, it's not my fault that everything would have just gone according to plan if you let the shady Vulcan guy implant the unknown cybernetic into the captain's body and didn't stick your nose in the spot it didn't belong like a muckraker.
I'll remember that next time.
Muckraker.
I'll remember that next time. Man, something seems really weird about what the captain's about to do or have implanted in her body. But I remember what happened last time, so
Hey, Revere, it's called promotion when you do it that way.
yeah, but I'm not. Well, I guess if everybody else moves up,
High waters raise all boats.
until they get too high, then they sink all
Man.
ships.
Man, between last night and tonight, just me and my character's big mouth.
I'm not correcting you.
I don't know what happened last night, so
Oh,
I'll
I
just
do.
take your
And
word for
if you
it.
watched the episode, you would know.
Yeah,
What?
It's accurate.
Episode of what?
Five Ultima, I streamed, darn you. Streamed game.
Oh. Yeah, but I mean, it just streamed. I mean,
So,
I was watching season 2 of Hellbound last night. Thank you very much. So I
Okay,
had more
that's
important
what
things to do.
happens.
okay.
Oh,
They learn they have nothing left for Latinum to live for,
they rammed us.
and they would rather kill you than go out like the
At Winchester.
God, he is
poor-
the ramminest rammer who ever rammed a ram. And
as their ship comes flying in at you, Solaris, a communication is broadcasted. This is as they're like diving onto you. Is that played over the bridge speakers?
Sure, why not?
As the ship comes into ram,
may get that promotion
there
in
is
a second.
a transmission of the prophets are with us.
Oh.
What do they mean by and they're charging at us?
There's like a look of vague confusion around the bridge as we're like, what on earth is happening until we realize they're not pulling back.
It must be an attack run or an evasive maneuver. No, they're heading straight at us.
Oh, profit as in PROFIT or profit as in PROPHET?
Yes.
Well, with them specifically, yes.
Duck.
Okay, so they're doing to you their scale, which is 2, plus half the number of zones, which is 2 zones. So that's
3 total.
well, no, they only moved 1 zone.
Ah.
It doesn't say round up or down, but almost everything I've seen so far is round
Round
up, so I
down.
assume that's right. Is it round down? It doesn't say for collision damage on 309.
Ooh.
It's just everything else I've seen with weapons is round up.
Yeah,
shield
I trust
damage.
that because I just recited off from a different game. That's my bad. Sorry.
So I think that's 3. What is devastating, piercing?
To give you more textual, there's a specific sidebar of rounding. Anytime you need to round an equation, round up.
Okay.
Page 254 of all places.
So, devastating, piercing, intense.
Piercing ignores our resistance. That sucks. We're gonna drop below. We're gonna drop below 50%, guaranteed. I can't spell devastating. Okay. It costs them less to do more damage. That's great. Thankfully, they don't have a lot of threats.
So, sorry. Devastating. That's not relevant right now.
Yeah.
Intense, cheaper damage. They don't have any threat. Piercing, all resistance gone. So that was 3 damage, no resistance.
1, 2, 3. We have hit 50%.
All right. To see what you do back to them, you get everything but the intense part of that. So your scale, you did not move any distance, but I think you still get the distance they moved.
They moved,
because
yeah.
it's So that's 3. No resistance. You don't have any momentum to spin, so it's you do the same. Y'all end up doing the same amount to each other.
Yep.
The difference is you had shields.
Oh no, they just straight up take a breach?
My god.
They take 3 breaches to something.
No, no. They're only scale 2.
Exactly.
They're dead. Oh, are they dead? I think they're dead.
It's gonna get worse than that.
Oh no, they're gonna blow up right next to us.
If they,
Because the breaches exceeds their scale.
which means they've
By
taken
1.
critical damage, which means they can instantly be destroyed.
Okay, so
Because they've taken critical damage. And NPC ships can just instantly blow up if they take critical. Or they can just stay there and be disabled.
Those NPCs are stupid.
Captain, you're going to want to go to page 308. I'll actually save you a bit of support. We have to suffer something because we're at 50% fields.
Okay.
Oh god, we
I'll
need
deal
to
with
get
that
out of
while
here.
he's doing this thing.
okay, y'all take another 3 damage piercing because they experience a work core breach, and y'all are in close range. The station does as well,
1,
but it has shields.
2, 3.
This is the perfect opportunity to go back undercover.
Does it take any? Does that take y'all to 25% or below?
Just double checking math here. That takes us to 25%.
Okay.
We have we have another bad thing that happens to us.
So the first thing is shaken.
Mm-hmm.
So
We take a breach because we already got.
you roll a d20, Captain.
Uh-huh.
A captain can choose as well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Randomly determine or choose from the following list. So brace for impact. Either that is.
I see the list.
Yeah.
I'll go for losing power.
Which we do have reserve power to go away.
Okay, so you lose main power for right now. And you're already shaken, so you suffer a breach.
You get
This
a D.
is to a random system. 13.
Structure.
Structure.
We have to get out of here.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Does this system have the fun things that happen on the different systems, or is it just... Is it just a pool?
Sensors are what are affected. However, we have suffered breaches equal to or greater than half our
In
scale.
our scale.
So anything to do with structure can't be done. The system is currently destroyed. So anything that would use structure
Oh.
automatically fails.
Oh, Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
so they ram. Their ship experiences a warp core breach right above like A deck, and it's gonna like rip a long scar through A deck,
Mm-hmm.
compromising a lot of the ship's lateral braces.
I do need to take off at the resolve of this attack.
Yeah, I think this pretty much resolves what's happening. Point me to where it says what happens on breaches.
The book. No, I'm just kidding. Page 311. Thankfully, that wasn't engines. Otherwise, we would have had a much worse time. Because if engines get dinged like that, it turns into we have warp core breach problems. Structure just means our structure's biffed, so I don't think we can call back our shields.
Would you agree that y'all are combat ineffective? That the question is, can y'all escape or not?
Yep.
Okay,
That's the position we're at. The second this happens, yeah, we're warping out of here.
If so, I'm going to take us out of turn order so that we're not slowed down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you are trying to get Revere to give you more power to power the engines, and Revere is saying it's all he's got, you get a transmission from the station that says, for 10 bars of gold press latinum, we will assist you.
Deal.
Is this a deception? Because if it's a deception, you have to roll.
Does Solaris know what Latinum is?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a common currency used out with traders who are trading outside of the Federation.
Can Solaris acquire 10 pieces of gold pressed Latinum from the Federation for this purpose?
Without pissing off the Commodore, probably not, but technically, yes.
Okay, then deal. Because we don't have it. I don't. Solaris is something she can get away with all of this firepower against her.
Because God forbid they actually chase us, and now we're really screwed.
The instruction is sent to lower your shields.
I look at you, Captain.
This is, Solaris is just going to look at you and say, this is probably a trap, but this is our only option. And
we could warp out.
Yeah, and they can follow us because we've taken so much damage. Another hit is it. This is a much quicker exit. Yeah, she'll give the order to lower shields.
As you do so, the shields of the station are extended around you, and you see a hail of torpedoes and point defense rocket the Romulan ship. It escapes, though severely damaged. While the station takes no damage in return, and then the station annihilates that freighter.
Oh no. Poor freighter.
And that is the end. In silent service.
This was not a silent
my
episode.
ass.
This was a very loud one.
Hey, you're telling me I made 4 whole deck plans for different cool parts of the station, and then the
And I
doctor
would
wanted
have
to place.
loved exploring them. Okay, I would have loved it.
So we have much to lament and much to worry about, and we all know who to blame, but and it isn't me. But for once, somehow. But for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And hopefully next time we aren't standing before court-martial for our actions. See you next time. Bye.
God, I feel so bad.
You should not.
There was a whole Ferengi proprietor y'all missed out on.
You should not feel bad. You made an entirely right decision. It was kind of my fault for accepting a shifty, strange guy's offer to install a cybernetic into my